Very good morning to one and all. I, Divya Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies, JIMS Vasant Kunj, extend a a warm welcome to all the honored guests, my colleagues, and Professor C.P. Gupta on behalf of Department of Management Studies, Jagannath International Management School, Vasant Kunj, to the day 5 of the 1 week Faculty Development Program on Advanced Time Series and Panel Data Analysis. Dr. Professor C.P. Gupta of Department of Financial Studies of University of Delhi will be enlightening us today on data with two time period, fixed effect model and random effect, and Hosman test. Sir, I kindly request you to begin your session.
Thank you, Divya. Divya, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you and your screen is also perfectly visible.
Okay, so welcome friends and very good morning to all of you. And I start with the slide. It says, we rise by supporting others. So in research, I tell you, research is not an individual venture. It's all cooperative. You never know which one is going to help you in your process of, in your journey of research. And if you, those who have done their PhD, if they go back and see how many people have helped them in the whole research process or the PhD process. So supporting each other is very, very important. And I hope that this workshop will provide you a network where participants can help each other. Okay. And one thing is very important for all of us in research, none will believe you if you cannot prove it. And we need proof. Whatever you are doing it, you must know why you are doing it. You must know what is the proof behind that. Anything which you do for which you do not have any argument or any proof, that is simply not acceptable. And many times when we take viva of research scholars, and when we ask a question from them, why you have done like this, they just got blank. They could not answer it. And that is something which we don't like and we don't accept it. Whatever you do, you must have a proof of it. You must have a motivation for it. You must have knowledge of it. You must know why you are doing it. Okay? And knowing is very, very important. Why you are doing something, you must know the reason behind it. Don't do the things blindly. Don't let the things remain black box. Put light in that black box. Make it lightened and make yourself comfortable and your audience comfortable by telling why you are doing something. Please remember, in research, we accept proof, nothing but proof. Only in God we trust, but all others have to prove. That's important. Okay, so please, my request to all the research scholars is develop a mindset that you will not accept anything unless and until somebody proves it to you, or you have to prove whatever you are doing. Don't do anything blindly, okay? That is not expected from a researcher. And that's how I distinguish between a mechanic and engineer. Researchers should behave like an engineer and not a mechanic. So friends, with this initial remarks and beginning, let's see what next we are going to talk about. We will have quick look what we discussed yesterday. We started our session with the quote, friends show me what I can do, foes teach me what I should do. OLS is our friend and error term is my culprit or the foe. Then we try to understand the bias which is arising in our estimates due to the omitted variables. And we said that never lose sight of your omitted variable. If you do it, then you will come across with omitted variable bias. And that bias will become more and more stronger if the covariance between the omitted variable and the x which we have taken, that covariance between them is higher. Higher the covariance between them, higher will be the degree of the biasness arising because of omitted variables. So you have to be careful about it. After that, we talked about exogeneity and endogeneity, and we have very strong assumption, and that is the covariance between x and the error term should be 0. If it is 0, then it is exogeneity, and if it is not equal to 0, then we have endogeneity problem. So if explanatory variable is correlated with error term, then we have endogeneity issue. Okay, so exogeneity means that X variable does not depend upon dependent variable Y, rather Y depends on X and on the error term. Then we discuss about strict exogeneity and weak exogeneity. In a strict, we talk about correlation with all observations, whether they are in the past, present, or future. And exogeneity is said to be weak if it is only having no correlation with the past observations, but may have correlation with the future. And strict exogeneity is important to ensure blue estimates become, OLS estimates become blue estimates.
Hello. Hello. I think there's some problem in sir's net or maybe some light issue. We are going to resolve it in just a quick moment.
Can someone explain, please explain the weak exogeneity and strong exogeneity, if someone knows?
Friends, I'm sorry, there was some problem, but now everything is set. So वो स्क्रीन शेयर का
Sir, I have
Yes,
made
sir,
you
done.
co-host.
Done, sir.
You can share your screen, sir.
So friends, I'm really sorry. Electricity is gone, so there was some disturbance. Now everything is set. So let's continue. We were talking about exogeneity versus endogeneity, and we said that exogeneity is our friend, and endogeneity is foe of OLS. And we need strict exogeneity for having unbiased OLS estimators. And we have a number of reasons because of which endogeneity might be caused in our model. One could be omitted variable bias, measurement errors, simultaneity, dynamic relationship. These could be the probable reasons for endogeneity in our model. Can we statistically prove that we have endogeneity problem? The answer is no. Statistically, we cannot prove whether endogeneity problem exists because the error term which we have is not observable. And therefore, it is difficult, impossible to test statistically. So theoretically, you have to build the argument whether your model is having endogeneity issues or doesn't have endogeneity issues. Then we started talking about panel data, and in the panel data, we try to understand what is panel data, what is balanced, unbalanced panels, short, long panels, and what are the different motivations, reasons, and objectives behind working with panel data, and how to set and process panel data in Excel. We also appreciate the difference between within and between variances of the panel data. So these were the things we covered yesterday. And this is our basic panel data model. And in this model, you will find you are supposed to determine a large number of parameters. To take care of that large parameter estimation, we have to introduce assumptions. We have to make necessary assumptions. And one of the assumptions which we introduce is no difference across cross-sectional units I. No difference cross-sectional units. No difference over time. And if we make such kind of assumption, then we can pool the data and we can make use of OLS. Okay, so that's what we discussed yesterday. We have to make assumptions.
Sorry.
Sir, can I interrupt a very basic question? Maybe, sir, we said that we cannot
नेहा
prove
नेहा
in.
नेहा नेहा, मेरे से एक क्वेश्चन ही है, तुम ये बताओ, तुमने कितनी एफडीपीज ज्वाइन कर रखी है, कितनी ज्वाइन करी थी, कितनी अटेंड करी है, ये कौन सी एफडीपी है?
सर आपके साथ
हाँ,
थर्ड।
थर्ड। तो इसमें से पैनल पे कौन कौन सी थी?
Second one was on panel last year that happened.
हाँ, तो उसके बाद तुमने कुछ पढ़ाई लिखाई करी कि नहीं करी पैनल के बारे में?
सर पढ़ाई लिखाई तो करी बट इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया अभी तक।
क्यों, क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है?
Sir, actually, I had not started at that time with research. I mean, no, wanting to know about it first. Now I have started with research, so now I will use it and implement it.
यानी अब तुम ज्यादा सीरियस हो जाओगी, है ना? चलो ठीक है, एनीवे बताओ क्या कह रहे थे?
Sir, just I don't know, very basic question, but when we are saying that we cannot test for endogeneity, so
Right.
can't I just, it popped up yesterday that when we have run a regression, so we will have errors, so difference between actual and predicted if we find,
Right.
right? So
That is,
cannot,
Neha, that is not error, that's residuals, proxy for the error term.
so can't we use that to see if it is correlated with our independent variable?
Yeah, have you tried that?
No, sir, no,
क्यों नहीं
no.
किया? ट्राई करके देखते ना,
Try नहीं किया sir अभी.
कोरिलेशन हमेशा जीरो आएगा.
Because the way OLS is defined, that
Yes,
is
yes.
why. Okay,
That's the reason.
okay, got it.
Whenever when I go to Stata, I will show you. You will always get correlation between them as zero, always, because OLS derive the parameters in such a manner that there is no correlation between the error term and the X.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. So all cross-sectional units are having same behavior, no cross-sectional heterogeneity, if we assume that, and no differences across time, then we can pool the data and we can make use of correlates. And friend, this was the question, this was the point when we stopped yesterday. If you have any question, so like Neha had a question, if you have a question, you're most welcome for it. You can unmute yourself, you can throw your question straight away to me, or if you wish, you can put your question in the chat box.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Pooja.
Sir, I want to know that how we will test whether the cross-sectional effect is present or not, or time effect is present or not. For cross-sectional effect, I think CDP Zarin test is there.
But why, Pooja, why do you want to test it? Can't you prove it theoretically?
Sir, we have, otherwise we have tests like...
but why you are looking forward tests? आपको theory कुछ नहीं कहती?
We know that there is a difference between the companies. Cross sections, difference exists between companies and all.
So that's sufficient. Why should we prove it?
Okay, sir.
Hello. We have tests, no doubt about it.
Okay.
And I will show you whether we have tests or not.
Okay.
But if your theory and argument suggest that theoretically there should be difference, so why should you prove it? Your theory proves it.
Okay, sir. So
you know why I'm emphasizing?
Yes, sir.
Who is at the background? I'm getting some background now. Pooja, you know why I'm saying theory is more important? Because statistical tests are subject to errors. Statistical test does not prove anything with 100% certainty. उसमें गलती के चांस रहते हैं, और अगर डिफरेंस एग्जिस्ट करता है और टेस्ट कहता है नहीं करता है, तो एरर भी हो सकती है. So those errors Why should we allow those errors to happen? Let the theory support us.
Okay, sir.
So can I ask a question?
Yes, Sushma.
Sir, yesterday
सुषमा
also I
कहाँ से
wanted to
PhD
ask.
कर रहे हो तुम? कहाँ से
Sir,
PhD?
department say University of Delhi, sir. DSC, Department of Commerce, North Campus.
किसके अंडर कर रहे हो?
Sir, Dr. Rajinder Singh.
राजेंद्र सिंह
Yes, sir. Sir,
शिवाजी
college.
कॉलेज में है?
हाँ
शिवाजी
जी,
कॉलेज?
sir. Yes, sir.
अच्छा, हाँ बोलो सुषमा.
Sir, मैं ये पूछना चाहती थी, sir, since my sample comprises the banks and the companies in the financial sector, NBFCs, insurance companies, etc. So these cross sections are different, na?
Yes, they are
Even if they
different.
are belonging to the same sector,
They are different.
they are different. So in this case, we can use this assumption that cross sections are different.
Yes, you can.
And sir, if their sustainability reporting score, whatever I'll be computing using my index, sir, if it comes out to be very close in during 3 years, so even then I can take this assumption that time period is different. I'll be collecting data for 3 years, sir.
But why you are taking for 3 years?
Sir, because I think this is sufficient for me to do content analysis and to do further analysis.
Content analysis कहाँ से आ गई इसमें?
सर
इसमें
इसमें
content
कंटेंट
क्या?
एनालिसिस करना है सर.
नहीं
Annual
पर
report.
इस मॉडल में कोई कंटेंट एनालिसिस थोड़ी है.
नहीं सर, मुझे जो डिस्क्लोजर स्कोर
वो
बनाना
ठीक
है.
है, वो उसके लिए कंटेंट करो, पर
यस सर, यस सर.
मॉडल के लिए कोई कंटेंट थोड़ी है.
नहीं सर,
See,
उसके लिए तो जो स्कोर मिलेगा कंपनीज का.
Sushma, you are collecting data over a period of time because you believe कि ये change हो रहा है.
यस सर.
तुम बिलीव कर रहे हो ना कि ये चेंज हो रहा है, तभी तो ले
यस
रहे
सर,
हो डेटा, नहीं
बिलीव
तो
कर रहे
क्यों
हैं
ले
अभी.
रहे हो?
लेकिन सर रिजल्ट्स में अगर आए किसी कंपनी का कि ऑलमोस्ट सेम स्कोर आ रहा है दोनों साल का.
हाँ,
टोटल स्कोर, तो उस केस में क्या करना चाहिए?
एक कंपनी का है ना, सारी कंपनी का थोड़ी होगा.
हाँ, सारी का तो नहीं होगा सर.
assumption तो सारी कंपनियों के बारे में है ना, एक कंपनी के बारे में थोड़ी है.
ओके सर, गॉट योर पॉइंट सर. थैंक यू सर.
When I say cross-sectional, no difference, it's not with respect to one company, it's respect to the whole sample which you're taking.
So in this case, both the assumptions are being met.
Pooja, some papers apply cross-sectional time series regression. Pooja, I don't know what do you mean by cross-sectional time series regression? क्या होता है?
Sir, pooled cross-sectional time series regression.
अरे जब पूल हो ही गया तो फिर टाइम और क्रॉस सेक्शन फर्क थोड़ी रहे.
It is same as pooled regression.
और क्या, ये थोड़ी कहोगे कि क्रॉस सेक्शन प्लस टाइम सीरीज. We don't have anything like pooled cross sectional and time series. Pooled means pooled.
Sir, in one of the paper it is written that we have applied pooled cross-section time series regression.
पूछा तुम्हारे पास इंटेलिजेंस है ना, दिमाग तो लगा सकती हो कि वो पेपर में ठीक लिखा है गलत लिखा है.
Yes sir, it is A category.
एक हर पेपर पत्थर की लकीर नहीं होता. अगर पत्थर की लकीर होते तो फिर नॉलेज आगे बढ़ती नहीं. ठीक है ना. तो किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या वो यूज कर रहा है वो सब देखना पड़ेगा. उसका ऐसे आइसोलेशन में उसका मीनिंग मत निकालो. किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में क्या वो कहना चाह रहा है वो देखो. ठीक है. नेहा, suppose I take some data set and I regress death rate with birth rate and number of workers, and then I predict res as residuals. So if we calculate the correlation between res and birth rate नया दिख रहा है तुम्हें कोरिलेशन क्या आ रहा है
Yes, sir.
0 this is one example you take any example if you try to get the regress x with the error term okay in fact that is the residuals it will always be 0 if you are using OLS.
Yes, sir.
So that's why I said statistically you cannot prove that. Okay, anybody else? And dear participant, don't think Neha, Sushma active, all of you are active. Even if you have the slightest doubt, you are most welcome for the same. But make sure that you get the clarity. Okay, no questions. So this is the time that we have to keep our mind and eyes both open. और रिसर्चर के लिए ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है अपना माइंड खोल के रखो आइडियाज को आने दो और जरूरी नहीं है कि हर पेपर में जो लिखा हो वो ठीक ही हो अपनी आर्गुमेंट से उसको बिल्डअप करो उसका प्रूफ ढूंढो क्या कह रहा है and then you accept or reject whatever you feel it. And they say that lie, of course, is more interesting, but we have to go beyond lies and try to identify the underlying truth and the reality as a researcher. Okay, look at the following data. What is the nature of this data? Anybody? Come out with your responses. What is the nature of this data?
The cross-section.
Sectional data, sir.
Cross-sectional data. Okay, good. And the issue is how this data is being generated. If you take cross-sectional data, do you understand the data generating process, how this data is being generated? Bolo.
Sir,
Salary is annual here, so I am just confused that if salary is annual, cross-sectional is generally at a point in time.
Sampati? Sampati, you are saying Sampati, are you saying something?
yes, sir.
Yes.
It is generated as a result of some random and independent sampling at certain point of time.
Right. Sampati, you are absolutely right. Cross-sectional data is generated by random selection of the observations. Okay. Neha's annual salary exists.
Sir, I got confused. It is for each respondent. I got confused, sir.
No. Sampati, I've shared some books that discuss about macro panels. I think Yamani can share those books with you.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And what is this kind of data? It's a time series data. Do you think the process that generates the time series data is the same as the process which generates the cross-sectional data?
Sir, it is actually what we studied is a realization of a stochastic process.
Right. But cross-sectional is not realization of a stochastic process. So what does it mean? It means that when you are working with the data, you must know how the data is being generated. That data generating process and understanding about that process is very, very important for us when we do analysis of the data.
Sir, I could not understand the realization of the stochastic process thing.
So if you cannot understand it, then I'm sorry, I cannot explain it because understanding a stochastic process will take a lot of time.
Thank you, sir.
But, you know, the way we define time series is not that it's a, now set of observations collected over a period of time. That's the old way of defining time series. In the modern time series analysis, we define time series as one of the realization of stochastic process. So we don't have much time. I'm sorry, I could not answer your question because understanding a stochastic process, its realization will take a lot of time. So I'm sorry for that. Okay. And when we have the panel data, which is combining the cross-section and the time series, then there are two kinds of data generating processes. One, which is purely random sampling. The other one is the stochastic process that generates data. And whenever you start analyzing your data, you must understand the data generating process which is working at the back of it. Every data we have for analysis purpose comes from a data generating process, and we have to understand that. Data generating process is the true underlying phenomenon that is creating the data, and the model which we make is an often imperfect attempt to describe and emulate that particular phenomenon. And why I'm talking about data generating process? Because if you understand the way your data is being generated, that will help you in appreciating and understanding the nature and the characteristics of the data. Also helps you in making a proper model, attempt to model the underlying reality hidden behind the data, in making the appropriate assumptions about the model. And that is important for us. And therefore, understanding data generating process is very, very important. So for cross-sectional data, we assume that it's a result of random and independent sampling. It's a realization of a stochastic process, and it's a combination of both. Okay, I have a question. Why should we use ARCH model? Autoregressive conditional heteroscedasticity. Why this? Why this model? Why should I use this model? Anybody? Suppose you have the share price data, right? And you want to determine the volatility, and you go for ARCH. Why ARCH? Please come out. Why ARCH?
Ma'am, sir, excuse me, sir. When data have volatility clustering, then we use ARCH.
Okay. So what does it mean?
Means
how do you pronounce it?
large shock followed by large shock and small shock followed by small shock.
Okay, okay. That's also we call leverage. Anyway, is your name Shalali or something different? Am I pronouncing it properly?
I'm Shelly Gupta from TEMT.
Shelly Gupta from?
TEMT. मैंने बहुत पहले आपकी FDP अटेंड की थी एक.
नहीं कहाँ से? I could not get the name of the institute.
Sir, Tilak Chatta Institute of Management and Technology.
Yamuna
Came with Kaushik sir in Yamuna
Nagar. Okay, okay. Long back. Anyway. Okay, Shelly, the moment you say that there is a clustering of volatility, Okay, what does it mean? That the prices which are being generated, at the back of that prices, there is a process of clustering. And that's understanding about the data generating process motivates you to go for Arch. Okay. And that's why I am saying that understanding of your data is very, very important. Okay. Why you're not going for eGarch, which is asymmetrical modeling? If you believe that up's volatility is different from down volatility, the data which is being generated is generating in a manner that ups and downs are having different volatility, then you may go for eGarch model. And therefore, understanding about the nature of the data which you are dealing with is very, very important. अपने डेटा को समझो, दोस्ती करो उस डेटा के साथ, घुस जाओ डेटा में. And many times I find कि उनको पता ही नहीं कि उनका डेटा है क्या. उनसे पूछो ये क्या डेटा है, तो ऐसे ही सर मिला था, कलेक्ट किया है मैंने, पर इसके पीछे क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है वो तो जानना बहुत जरूरी है हमारे लिए. It's very important for us to understand the way the data is being generated for our study. Sampati, am I right? Okay, so keep the following lady in your mind. You really understand your data. That's very, very important. And many times we don't understand our data. Understand your data. Very, very important. I'm emphasizing it. अपने डेटा को समझो, अपने डेटा से दोस्ती करो. And this understanding will help you in coming out with proper assumptions, helps you in coming out with proper model. I don't know how many of you really understand the way your data is being generated. Okay. Right, so having discussed this, now let's move to take new challenges of the panel data analysis. So let's start with the new road of analysis. Let's devote some time to think. How do you react to this graph? These are the different countries we have. That's France. And that's the population, and that's the GDP. Sampati, are you there?
So the points which lie on the straight line, linear line, then it shows perfect correlation, positive correlation.
But is that the line, the best fit line?
Best fit? Not sure.
And all are showing the positive relation, right?
Yes, sir. But the points which are close to the line, they are strong correlation, strong positive correlation, high degree positive correlation. And the points lie on this line, they represent positive, perfect correlation.
No. It's not perfect correlation. Perfect correlation nahi hai. Batao. Just a minute. Hello. Hi. मैं लंच के बाद बात करूं if you are free then. मैं लंच के बाद. Okay. अब मुझे बताओ कि मेरे को मॉडलिंग कैसे करनी चाहिए. मॉडलिंग ऐसे करनी चाहिए या ऐसे अलग-अलग करनी चाहिए. How should I do the modeling? Will you like to estimate for regression for each separate country or one equation for all the country?
Sir, one equation for all the countries?
तो तब ये आएगा, and the relationship, if you see, if you determine for the different, then you will get something different.
Yes, sir.
या हमें ऐसे मॉडल करना चाहिए?
Next.
Sampati, are you there? नेहा कनौजिया, बोलो कैसे करोगी?
I think second option is better.
तो कैसे पता लगा कि ये ऑप्शन बेटर है?
So with the help of graph.
डेटा को समझा ना मैंने?
Yes, sir.
तो नेहा डेटा को, अपने डेटा को समझो, बहुत जरूरी है। वो कह रहा है डेटा में पहले उसको विजुअलाइज करो, उसके बाद फिर सोचो कि क्या एप्रोप्रिएट मॉडल होना चाहिए और उसके लिए अदम्पशन क्या होगी। ओके, व्हाई दिस डिफरेंसेस वी फाइंड? Why these differences?
Sir, I have one question here. Can I ask?
Yes, Neha.
Sir, in this case, when I will create a graph for my data, then it should be with the dependent and independent variable.
Right.
So and in that case, we can have the different data type.
Doesn't matter.
But sir, we have so many variables. Suppose 8-9 variables we have. In that case, every variable may show the different pattern. So, which pattern is best? How will we decide?
वो तो तुम्हें कॉल लेनी पड़ेगी ना, थ्योरी के हिसाब से क्या कर रही है, वही तो रिसर्च है। अगर रिसर्च को नया इतना आसान होता तो सब बच्चे ने, व्हाई दिस इज कॉल्ड, पीएचडी इज कॉल्ड द हाईएस्ट डिग्री।
ओके सर।
मतलब वो ग्राफ से तुम्हें कुछ इंसाइट मिलेगी ना कि क्या हो रहा है, उस ग्राफ से आपको पता लगेगा ना कि क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। इट विल गिव यू अ फील ऑफ द बिहेवियर ऑफ द डेटा, दैट्स इंपॉर्टेंट।
ओके सर।
ठीक है,
ओके सर।
घबराओ नहीं, 10 ग्राफ तो बनेंगे, क्या दिक्कत है, बन जाएंगे फटाफट।
यस सर, आई विल डेफिनेटली ट्राई।
हाँ, कोशिश करो, समझो अपने डेटा को कि डेटा है क्या। सुषमा, तुम स्कोर बना रही हो ना, तुम्हें पता है स्कोर के पीछे डायनेमिक्स क्या है?
यस सर।
जो तुम वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का स्कोर बना रही हो, तुम्हें उसके पीछे डायनेमिक्स मालूम है उसकी क्या हो रही है?
Sir, I will be using content analysis and I have decided few indicators.
Why you are using content analysis?
Sir, because it is widely used technique in this area as per the previous literature.
You want to go with the crowd. You don't want to be different from crowd.
No, sir. It's actually we are analyzing the annual report. We will see.
crowd में खो जाएगी। अगर सुषमा क्राउड में खो जाएगी तो फिर सुषमा की पहचान क्या होगी?
सर, कंटेंट एनालिसिस से हमें उसमें ये देखना है कि वो पर्टिकुलर चीजें उसने एनुअल रिपोर्ट में शो की हैं या नहीं कर रही हैं, तो टेक्स्ट को सर रीड करना पड़ेगा, कोडिफाई करना पड़ेगा और उसके हिसाब से उसको स्कोर देना पड़ेगा। दैट इज व्हाई वी आर यूजिंग कंटेंट एनालिसिस हियर।
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है। आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि डोंट गो फॉर इट, बट यू मस्ट क्लियर इन योर माइंड व्हाई यू आर डूइंग इट।
Yes, sir.
So, are you giving counts? Are you calculating percentages? Are you giving equal weights, different weights?
Sir, I'll be using binary. I'll be using binary dichotomous 0 and 1, whether it's present or not, because index is consisting of 50 items.
ठीक है, equal weight होगा, different weights होंगे।
Sir, अगर है तो 0, नहीं है तो 1.
अरे weights जब aggregate करोगे तो
Sir, equal weights.
अब कोई पूछे इक्वल वेट क्यों दे रहे हो तो क्या जवाब है तुम्हारे पास?
Sir, everything is important under each dimension.
Are you sure? All are equally important.
Sir, I think so. Based on the review of literature.
तो फिर सुषमा का दिमाग कहाँ है? लिटरेचर सब कहेगा तो फिर सुषमा क्या करेगी? Anyway,
सर अगर गवर्नेंस में अगर सर 7 इंडिकेटर्स हैं सर, मैंने पिक ही वही किए हैं जो इम्पोर्टेंट हैं, नॉट ऑल द थिंग्स.
ठीक है. No, why I'm asking these questions because you must understand what you are doing. And
Yes,
that's
sir.
very, very important.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
saying whatever you are doing is wrong or right. That's not my purpose.
Yes,
My
sir.
purpose is you must know why you are doing it. Because if a question comes, you must be able to answer that question.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Getting your point, sir. Well
So
taken, sir.
understanding
Thank you
is
so
very,
much.
very important. अपने डेटा से दोस्ती करो,
Yes, sir.
समझो. रात दिन तुम्हारे माइंड में डेटा घूमना चाहिए, सपने में डेटा आना चाहिए.
Okay, sir. We'll try. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so what the learning before from this graph is that we have to think what we should do with the data, and to understand that we must also understand the data generating process, or we call it DGP. How data is being generated. That's very, very important for us. And that data generating process will help us in coming out with realistic assumptions about the model. We should worry if we use OLS on such data that it may lead to biased, inconsistent, and insufficient estimates. What I'm saying is, in this graph, if you estimate this regression line using OLS, then your estimates may be inconsistent, may be biased, may be inefficient, and the result will be they are no longer blue estimates. And that is something we have to take care of. And nobody would like to have his or her estimates as biased, inconsistent, and inefficient. And that's the reason everyone is fighting for one model or the other model to get better results. Please note that exogeneity ensures OLS estimates are blue and endogeneity creates problem. And that's why I said again, exogeneity is your friend, for endogeneity is your foe. Okay. So friend, let's come back to our main issue related to panel data. But before that, let's note something very, very important. To get the benefit of the richness of the panel data, we have to pay a cost for it. And that cost comes in the form of complexity. Because if you want to exploit the richness of your panel data, then your model will become a complex model. So it's a trade-off between complexity versus exploiting the richness of the data. One of the simplest way to take care of the panel data is, which sometimes works wonderfully, and that what we said, you make assumptions about the panel data. But please don't forget about the data generating process behind the panel data. If you strongly believe And the theory suggests no heterogeneity among cross-sectional units. All are alike in their behavior, and no time effect exists. That is to say that economic and other conditions have not changed over time. Then pull the data and use OLS. And of course, you have to ensure that there is a strict exogeneity in the data. Okay, but you should have a strong belief about this. If you don't have it, then what should we do? That is something which we have to understand. So think what assumptions we make for the following model. That's what we discussed yesterday. If you remember that no I effect, no T effect, and my parameters are reduced, and we use simply pool and OLS. But when we try to exploit the richness of the panel data, we find certain issues. And let's see what they are. Okay. Do you see any problem if we use OLS for the pool data? Do you see any problem here? I have a district 2012 data, 2013 data, 2010 data, 15, 16, 17. Do you see any problem in it? Any one of you can tell me what the problem we see here. Neha Sani, are you there?
Sir, is it possible that there might be a relationship between District 1 and 2 in terms of the difference in medical conditions or the income levels of people, and therefore, the birth rate and death rate?
So you mean to say District 1 is related with District 2? That's what you're saying?
It might be different in terms of parameters of their medical, facilities available, and
Okay,
therefore the birth rates and death rates might differ because of that factor also.
Okay, so what is that factor?
So that's what I'm saying, the availability of medical facilities.
Okay. Medical facilities. What else?
So even the affordability, so the income levels.
Income level, okay. GDP, for example. But these are not in my data. So what should I do? Should I collect data about them?
So that's exactly what I was trying to understand with my data also. So, just to give you a background, I was working on those high value agricultural products. So we were discussing about them yesterday also.
Right.
So I'm
And
just
I asked
trying
you
to.
a question
Yes,
that if
yes.
you take different metros, so
Exactly,
you
sir. So
expect differences.
so I'm just trying to understand from that perspective. So just like in this scenario, we have not taken these factors into account. So how are they going to impact? Exactly.
सोचो क्या होगा?
So obviously, I mean, birth rate will be not comparable if we will take these factors also into account.
But we are not comparing it. We are seeing the relation.
I mean, if we assume that we take the factor of medical availability and the income level into account, the birth rates might be different in District 1 and District 2 if we incorporate these factors.
Nisha, I don't have the data with me. क्या करूँगा मैं?
So that's exactly what even I am trying to explain.
निशा का सुपरवाइजर कहेगा नहीं मेडिकल फैसिलिटी का डेटा लाओ, जीडीपी का डेटा लाओ, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा, काम करो.
Hanji, I know. So that's exactly what I'm trying to find help maybe through this data.
Okay. So actually what you are referring to is omitted variables, right?
Yes, exactly, sir.
Okay.
But why have I omitted them?
वो तो तुम्हारी प्रॉब्लम है.
Exactly. So is saying that the
उसका
data.
तो बाद में डिस्कस करेंगे अभी.
Okay.
Gradually I'm coming to that point.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, but do you see a connect between the 2012 figure and 2013 of the District 1? Huh? It might be possible that, these estimates which we get, they are correlated over time. Because they're coming from same person. If you take a person's salary, suppose I take the salary data of a person in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. So what you will observe, what he or she gets in 16 has an impact on his salary on 17, 18, 19, 20. So what kind of a problem we find here? Some kind of autocorrelation problem. And if that problem exists in my panel data, then what we should do? And of course, my estimates will no longer be blue estimates. And as Nisha was saying, that what if my model, my data is not having some important information or important data points like medical facility? क्या करेंगे उस केस में? ये challenges हैं. OLS estimates will no longer be blue as individual cross-sectional units is observed repeatedly over a period of time, and there is very likely that error terms of the cross-sectional units are correlated. And if they are correlated, then your estimates will not be blue estimates. How to take care of it? That's the challenge which we are facing. Anyone, any suggestion?
Sir, robust results.
Robust से क्या हुआ?
So it will remove the correlation.
Robust नया robust errors जो है ना वो remove नहीं करती हैं. वो उसकी वजह से जो problem आती है उसको ठीक करती है. Because if you have autocorrelation, the problem will be in standard error. So it adjusts standard error so that it is not affected by the ill consequences of autocorrelation. Robust error does not remove autocorrelation problem from your data. It adjusts for the same. दोनों में बहुत फर्क है. Okay. So we are facing, friends, two problems which have to be addressed by using panel data. The endogeneity problem due to the omitted variable bias. That's what Nisha was referring to. And the correlated error terms due to the repeated observations of a cross-sectional unit. And to begin with, we will first take this. Okay, so now we are going with the endogeneity problem, which is arising because of omitted variables. Can we do something to take care of that? So we have to meet these challenges, and we must meet the challenges rather than wish it were not before us. So be ready, get ready for challenges of these problems. So challenge number one, endogeneity problem due to the omitted variable bias. So if we have omitted variables in our model, what is the way out? If we are able to observe them, then include them into our model. Nisha? Nisha,
yes, sir.
If you are able to observe them, if you have the data available for them,
Right.
do include them.
Okay.
If data is not available and you're not in a position to collect the data,
Right.
then learn how to take care of it so that it
Exactly.
doesn't create problem.
Right. Sir.
This is my first choice. This is my second choice.
Right. Sir.
So as a researcher, whatever data you think should be there in the data and you are able to collect that, do include it. If you don't have the data and you cannot collect the data, then you must learn how to take care of it. That is the second choice. And we will concentrate on this, how to take care of a omitted variable problem. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of endogeneity problem we are going to address? That endogeneity problem which is caused by omitted variable, which omitted variable, which are unit specific unobserved heterogeneity. So cross-sectional unobserved heterogeneity, that kind of omitted variable bias we can take care of it. Okay, so for example, Nisha, district-wise, you feel that there is a difference in the medical facility. So that is cross-sectional specific unobserved heterogeneity. And this form specific or cross-sectional specific heterogeneity can be addressed by what we are going to discuss. I don't claim that we are going to cure all kind of endogeneity problem. No, sorry. A particular kind of endogeneity problem can be taken care of. Okay? And this problem has been taken care of by what is called fixed effect model. That takes care of unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity. नेहा, तुम्हें पता लगा? नेहा कनौजिया, तुम्हें पता
Yes,
लगा
sir.
कि मॉडल क्या मॉडल तुम्हारा किस चीज के लिए बना है?
Yes.
That model will take care of cross-sectional
Unobserved heterogeneity.
right. ये fixed effect का काम है. And I do not know how many of you are making use of a fixed effect model or planning to use a fixed effect model.
Sir, I have one doubt. Can I ask?
हाँ, नेहा बोलो.
Sir, मेरे मॉडल में एक जो इशू आ रहा है कि when I'm using the fixed effect, there is no variable which is significant, and unobserved heterogeneity is 0.34.
P-value is 0.34.
So, sir, unobserved heterogeneity
हाँ,
is 0.34.
P value होगी ना वो 0.34.
P value नहीं सर, जो correlation आता है ना हमारा fixed effect में, that is unobserved heterogeneity.
अच्छा वो correlation.
Yes sir, that is 0.34. If I'm using the fixed effect, तो वो आ रहा है. But in case of fixed effect, there is no variable which is coming significant.
हाँ तो क्यों आना चाहिए significant? कोई जबरदस्ती थोड़ी है. नहीं आ रहा तो नहीं आ रहा.
तो सर why are we applying, मतलब एक भी variable significant नहीं है तो
इसका मतलब यह है कि या तो मॉडल गलत है या वेरिएबल की चॉइस गलत है.
So, but in other models, it is coming significant, means if I'm applying for the service sector, then it is coming significant, but manufacturing में वो नहीं आ रहा. If I'm applying the
इसका मतलब कि सेक्टर वाइज फर्क है.
yes sir.
वो तो सब देखना पड़ेगा ना तुम्हें.
Yes sir.
Anyway, let's go ahead. और कौन प्लान कर रहा है फिक्स इफेक्ट मॉडल को यूज करने के लिए? एनीबॉडी ट्राइंग टू यूज फिक्स इफेक्ट मॉडल? And I tell you, things will become gradually more complex, and that's the cost we have to pay for exploiting the richness of panel data. Yes, Christian Bhartwaj is saying, yes, I'm trying to use fixed effect model. Okay, right. So, Mr. Bhartwaj, start understanding what kind of modeling can be done by using fixed effect model. And fixed effect model takes care of unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity, nothing else. Okay. So that's the agenda for us now. We are going for fixed effect model, which is also called the within estimator. And that's what we are going to talk now. So first, let's take data with 2 time periods before and after comparison. See here, we have the year, we have a 2 time period, 82 and 88. And we see this kind of relationship between the tax on the beer and the fertility rate. Okay. Now, this is a generic model, but I'm considering for 2 period, t is equal to 1 and 2. And I want to draw your attention to this and this. नया क्या है ये दोनों?
Sir, error.
दोनों?
Yes, sir. One is related to the cross section only.
हाँ.
And other one is related to time period majorly.
Both.
Both.
Okay.
So AI constant नहीं है.
AR constant क्या?
Sorry, nothing.
She wants to say, I think it is intercept maybe.
वो तो बीटा नॉट है ना intercept.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Right. Alpha I is unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity. And it doesn't have the T subscript, it doesn't have the time subscript. That means this unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity differs from cross-sectional unit to cross-sectional unit, but it is time invariant. It doesn't change with the time. अब आप सोच रहे होंगे ये है क्या चीज? What is it? And why I'm giving so much emphasis on it? इसकी वजह से क्या प्रॉब्लम होने वाली है बता सकते हैं? समझना तो पड़ेगा आपको, भागोगे नहीं आप. Don't give up. Anyone who will try कि ये क्या प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा? This is unobserved, that means no data. cross-sectional heterogeneity doesn't change with time. Please that understand. We are not considering cross-sectional variant as well as time variant heterogeneity. No, we are not considering that. We are assuming कि over a period of time वो change नहीं होगा, लेकिन cross-sectional wise वो change होगा. निशा, I come back to you.
Yes, sir.
निशा, मुझे बताओ कि जो मेट्रोस की कल्चर है वो ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम चेंज होगी कि नहीं होगी, आपके जो स्टडी का पीरियड है.
Yes, sir. होगी, definitely. The levels
कल्चर
of
चेंज हो जाएगी
urbanization.
उसमें.
Sir,
नहीं,
the levels of
लेवल ऑफ अर्बनाइजेशन की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं. वो तो ऑब्जर्व हो जाएगा ना, लेवल ऑफ
हाँ
अर्बनाइजेशन.
जी. Sir, culture will also change because of coming in and out of people. I mean, as in migration and everything will happen. The culture and the mix of
वो
people will
कितने
change.
टाइम में चेंज होगी? 4-5 साल 10 साल में चेंज हो जाएगी या इट टेक्स लॉन्गर टाइम?
So typically it takes longer, but obviously there is no. I mean, 1 or 2 years में तो definitely change नहीं होगी.
निशा,
Not-
तुम्हारा बैकग्राउंड क्या है? इकोनॉमिक्स.
Yes, sir.
इकोनॉमिक्स में क्या कहते हैं? Nothing is variable in the long run. तो लॉन्ग रन में तो सब कुछ चेंज होगा ही होगा.
Right.
लेकिन जो हमारा पीरियड है स्टडी का, शॉर्ट रन, शॉर्ट टर्म पीरियड जो हमने लिया है
Right,
स्टडी
sir.
के लिए, उसमें आप देखो ना कि वो चेंज होगा कि नहीं होगा.
So the culture will not change immediately. It takes time.
Right. So that means that cultural factor is
Right.
unobserved.
Exactly.
Cross-sectional heterogeneity.
Right.
Time invariant.
Right, sir.
That kind of omitted variable we can take care of by using fixed effect.
Okay, sir. Got it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Dr. Devendra.
Sir, this alpha I is some kind of dummy kind of thing.
No, it's not a dummy. It's not 0-1.
Not 0-1, sir.
Yes, it's not 0-1.
But suppose in case of district or country or anything, so can we capture it using this dummy variable kind of concept?
Okay. You mean to say that alpha I we can capture by using dummy, right? Is that you're trying to say?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Dr. Devendra, give me a minute. I will come back to that issue. That's a cure for it. But disease क्या पहले वो तो पता लगे. अगर आप डमी इंट्रोड्यूस ना करें और सीधा OLS लगा दें तो क्या प्रॉब्लम होगी?
Then we will not able to capture that a specific factor like culture effect or any other such.
But why we want to capture that? I don't want to capture that. वो तो unobservable है, मुझे नहीं पता. My variable of interest is X1.
Sir, endogeneity problem will be there.
हाँ, Dr. Devendra.
Yes, sir. To cure this endogeneity problem.
Endogeneity problem कहाँ से आ गई?
Due to this cultural factor.
ये कैसे create होगी endogeneity problem? नेहा, मंगला बताओ.
So because alpha is unobservable, so it will be added to the error term. The impact of it will be added in the error term.
Right. हमारी assumption क्या है कि xi और alpha I correlated है कि नहीं?
Yes.
और अगर ये इसमें बैठ जाएगा तो क्या होगा? एरर टर्म x1 से कोरिलेट हो जाएगी.
Yes.
और एंडोजेनिटी की प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी.
And so we will not get the blue estimator or best.
If we apply OLS, we will not get the blue estimates. तो हमें कुछ डिफरेंट करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. अब हम बता रहे हैं कि क्या क्या assumptions अब मान रहे हैं. First, cross-sectional time invariant heterogeneity exists, which is unobservable. And second assumption we are making is that this cross-sectional time invariant unobserved heterogeneity has a correlation with independent variables. So if we proceed with these assumptions that we have unobserved cross-sectional heterogeneity, which is time invariant, and this is related to some of my independent variables, then it will create endogeneity problem because alpha I will sit into my error term, and error term will start having correlation with x1. Mr. Krishan Bhartwaj, do you get the clarity? हम क्या कर रहे हैं और क्यों कर रहे हैं और उसके पीछे क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, क्या रीजनिंग है? Now the question is how to cure it. What is the way out to solve this problem?
Sir, fixed effect.
फिक्स इफेक्ट वगैरह की बाद में बात करेंगे पर उसको करने के लिए फिक्स इफेक्ट तो है ये. You know why it is called fixed? Because it's not changing with time. It's called fixed because it does not change with time.
There is only individual effects, sir, here.
Right. And they're fixed over time. They're not changing because they're time invariant. इसको हटाओ ना, कैसे हटेगी ये टर्म? अगर तुम्हारी ये टर्म हट जाए किसी तरीके से तो प्रॉब्लम खत्म. हटाओ इसको, कैसे हटाओगे? So Dr. Devendra gave us a solution. डमी यूज कर लो इसकी जगह. कुछ और भी solution हो सकता है?
Can we use our instrumental variable?
No.
That is...
No, we don't need instrumental variable. Problem यहाँ पे है. Problem x में नहीं है.
Yes, sir.
x में problem होती है तो मुझे instrumental variable ढूंढना पड़ता.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got it.
To appreciate the impact of independent variable on dependent variable, we should take care of heterogeneity of the factors impacting the dependent variable which are not in our model. That is omitted variable. And again, I'm saying if you are able to get that data, get them all. If you cannot, learn how to take care of them. So if we use OLS, then there may be problem of endogeneity and we may not get blue estimates. So don't use OLS when this kind of model exists. So what is the option we have? Okay. So what we are doing is we are taking only 2 time period. And then we will move to more than 2 time period. So what do? You take a difference. Suppose you have a y I 1 say beta naught plus beta 1 x plus alpha I plus u I 1. और सेकेंड पीरियड में क्या होगा इसका I2 बीटा नॉट बीटा 1 x प्लस अल्फा I प्लस u I2. अगर आप इनका डिफरेंस लोगे तो क्या होगा? ये कैंसिल आउट हो जाएगा. And that's what we want. We don't want to have it. क्योंकि अगर ये कैंसिल आउट नहीं होगा तो ये एरर में जाके बैठ जाएगा और इंडोजेनिटी की प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करेगा, which we don't want. Throw them out, push it out, and that we can do by subtracting 2 periods equations, and we get this. And
but excuse me, sir.
Yes, Dr. Devendra.
But in this case, by taking the difference, we will lose certain informations.
What information?
Information in a sense, sir, if we are in place of taking yt, if we are taking del yt, means the certain values will be subtracted.
Right.
And that values may be important for our model.
Okay. So what should we do in that case? Yes, Dr. Devendra, you are right. Please. क्या करें फिर हम?
So, sir, that
we should not take difference.
In that case, that we can capture that specific factor which is creating endogeneity problem.
Right. But if we don't have the data, if we don't have the data for it.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that if we could include any dummy variable kind of thing which represents to that factor.
Okay.
In that case, that will solve the problem.
Okay. But are you sure that will solve the problem?
If we are including that factor in our model, then it will not go into this error term.
Dr. Devendra, that's true. I said that if you get the data about it, that's my first choice. I will love to have that data in my model. But because of some reason or the other reason, I could not get that data. तब हम क्या करेंगे? तो dummy की option आप दे रहे हो, no doubt about it. I'm not denying that that doesn't work. It works. But this is also another way to do that. And if you do it, you know what you are doing? Difference estimator. आपका जो estimator होगा वो difference estimator होगा, क्योंकि वो difference पे काम कर, ठीक है? ये भी एक solution है, dummy भी एक solution है. कौन सा solution आपको ठीक लगेगा वो आपको कॉल करना पड़ेगा ना. You have to take a call on it. You have to take a decision कि क्या आपके प्रॉब्लम में काम करेगा. Okay, I will show you what you are saying. We will do experiment with that. Don't worry. So friends, let's work with this data. BATX, we have fertility rates, we have, and for getting the difference, the command is d dot, and then you give the variable's name. So once you get the differences, that alpha I goes out, and then you can use simple OLS, simple regression.
Sir, first we have to regress them, ना?
Regress them मतलब?
ये आपने regress D लिया है ना sir?
हाँ, तो D तो difference को regress कर रहा है ना?
Okay, okay, okay. Directly यही command देनी है sir.
हाँ, D for difference. And let me open up that file. We have the fatality and beer text. And please don't forget to click import first row as variable names. If you don't do it, then you will find problem in your data. And then you say, okay. And that's the data which we have. Okay. So we have 56 cross-sectional unit and we have a 0, 1 dummy. Okay, so let's do step-by-step thing. First, I regress fatality rate as a dependent variable and impact of beer text on it. So simple regress beer text, fatality rate, and beer text. I get a positive relationship. And significant positive relationship. But the theory and understanding says that if the states are increasing text on beer, their intention is that fatality rate should come down. But it's not happening this way. Why it's happening? डॉक्टर देवेंद्र, आप मुझे बताओ कि डमी किसका इंट्रोड्यूस करने के लिए कह रहे थे आप?
सर
टाइम का या क्रॉस सेक्शन का डमी?
क्रॉस सेक्शन
56 है डमी वेरिएबल्स, 56 डमी वेरिएबल हो जाएंगे आपके. कैसे इंटरप्रेट करोगे सबको?
No, sir, I was not saying for this that factor which is affecting to these cross sectional units.
वो तो पता ही नहीं है ना हमें. अगर मैं आई स्टेट करता हूं तो देखो कितने सारे वेरिएबल्स जनरेट हो गए मेरे. 56. अब इन 56 को कैसे मैं स्टडी करूंगा? ये तो कोई पर्पस सर्व ही नहीं हुआ मेरा. अब ये देख रहे हो, अब मेरा ये जो आ रहा है नेगेटिव रिलेशन आ रही है और सिग्निफिकेंट आ रही है. ऐसा करते हैं, टाइम का डमी इंट्रोड्यूस करके देखते हैं. तो पॉजिटिव कोएफिशिएंट आ रहा है, सिग्निफिकेंट आ रहा है. ये सब हो क्या रहा है? पता क्या लग रहा है आपको? आप क्या डिस्कस करना चाहते हैं, क्या प्रूव करना चाहते हैं अपने स्टडी से? आपको पता होना चाहिए हम क्या करना चाहते हैं. And if I take the difference and regress it, सुषमा ध्यान से कमांड देखना, d dot.
Yes, sir.
Difference of fatality rate and beer tax. Okay, so we have to first define it as a cross-sectional unit. XT set. The state is my cross-sectional, here is my time. So now the cross-sectional and the time unit is being set. Now I can take the difference. And now I get a negative relationship, significant relationship, yes, Dr. Devendra, I have run a number of models. कौन सा मॉडल ठीक है मेरे लिए? ये
Sorry,
कैसे?
sir, one query. Here the correlation value is coming out minus 1.040973.
कौन सी correlation की value आ रही है?
So this coefficient value, I think, D1.
It's a coefficient value, not the correlation.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir.
तो coefficient की value है ना, correlation की value थोड़ी है.
Okay, sir.
Question क्या था तुम्हारा? गिनी question क्या था?
Sir, I thought that it's a correlation value, and my question was like it is more than -1. So correlation lie between.
No, it's
like,
not correlation. It's a
oh,
coefficient.
okay. Okay, sir.
इनमें से कौन सा मॉडल देखना चाहिए मेरे को? How do we decide? Yes, Dr. Devendra, I want your input. क्या करना चाहिए? डेटा मेरे पास जो है सो है. I cannot add anything into this data. What is that I would like to know? क्या जानना चाहते हैं हम इस डेटा से?
Sir, I think the difference model is better in this case. The thing which we want to know, the relationship between the dependent and independent, we can easily get, and there is no problem in means interpreting the dummy variable also.
Okay, so but why do you think Neha it's a better model? ये क्या information दे रहा है?
Sir, in this case, the R-square also include plus the
अरे उसको
theories.
Statistics को छोड़ दो. Interpretation पे आओ.
Then it is giving the interpretation when the beer tax is increased, then fatality rate goes down.
And that's what we want to check?
Yes, sir. The relation has become significant.
And this particular variable is significant also, 0.016.
And we want to know that if states are increasing tax.
Yes.
We don't want to see whether taxes are higher or lower. High tax का और low tax का impact क्या fertility rate पे, वो देखना नहीं चाहते हम ये देखना चाहते हैं कि अगर state government tax बढ़ाती हैं तो क्या impact है. बढ़ने का impact देखना चाहते हैं, differential का impact.
So in this difference model, the alpha is also being removed because we have taken the difference.
Right. तो alpha ही तो खत्म हो गया ना.
Yes, sir.
So that alpha which was causing endogeneity problem has been taken care of, and it's able to answer our research question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is your difference estimator.
Yes, sir.
And that is something which we are looking for. Okay.
Sir, in Stata, before running this regression, I need to set it as a panel also, right? Yesterday we talked about it. If I'm importing it, I need to first set it as a panel and then run it.
Yes.
Right, sir.
Because when you say take difference, so Stata must know what is the time period, what is the time variable about which we want to take a difference.
Sorry, sir, one question is there. How we can interpret that coefficient, the value which was coming minus 1.04, like, can we go back to the screen? So how we interpret this particular table, the
बताओ तुम
coefficient?
कैसे तुम खुद बताओ.
So I'm not able to.
अगर मैं कोई इक्वेशन लिखता हूँ y is equal to alpha plus beta x plus error term, तो बीटा का क्या इंटरप्रिटेशन है?
The sensitivity factor, which is going to impact the variable x.
Going to impact variable x. क्या कह रहे
Variable y.
Sorry, variable y.
गिने नर्वस मत हो, आराम से
हाँ
कूल
जी,
रहो.
हाँ जी.
हाँ, तो if impact of x on y, right?
Y. Yes.
ये पे क्या है? Change in text.
Yes.
The impact of the change in text on change in fatality rate.
Okay.
So that means if change in text is positive, high, then the change in fatality rate
would be negative.
That's how we will interpret it.
Okay. Okay, sir.
यानी टैक्स बढ़ाने से फर्टिलिटी रेट कम हो रहा है.
Okay. Right, sir.
And it is significant.
Yes, it is significant.
Can we apply this model in more than one time period?
So problem हो गया ना, डिफरेंस किसका लोगे?
Okay.
डिफरेंस इन डिफरेंस एस्टिमेटर कहलाता है ये.
Okay.
उसमें एक ऑप्शन हो सकती है नेहा कि जैसे सपोज कोई इवेंट है 0 पीरियड पे, सो यू हैव बिफोर, यू हैव आफ्टर, राइट? तो आफ्टर का एवरेज ले लो और बिफोर का एवरेज ले लो, तो 2 टाइम पीरियड हो गए ना बिफोर एंड आफ्टर के.
Yes, sir.
तब डिफरेंस एस्टिमेटर यूज कर लो.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
ठीक है. As a researcher, you should be always in thinking mode. And let me take another example. What is the relation between the unemployment rate and crimes? And we have the 2 years data. The green one is 82 data and the red one is 83 data. What is that we would like to know?
Does unemployment lead to increase in crime rate?
Okay. What else? What is the relation between the crimes and the unemployment rate controlling the effect of the time? What is the relation between the crimes and unemployment rate controlling the state effect of the states? What is the relation between the change in the crimes and change in the employment rate? Or what is the percentage change in the crimes due to the percentage change in employment rate? क्या करना चाहेंगे हम? Same data hai. Will you like to know this? 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 क्या जानना चाहते हैं आप बताइए?
So if we are using this difference model, we will go with the fourth one, change in the crime and change in the.
Right. So again, it depends कि हम चाहते क्या हैं. और सोशल साइंसेस में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमें पता नहीं होता कि हमें करना क्या है। जब थीसिस सबमिट हो जाती है ना, उसके बाद पता लगता है कि हमने करा क्या है। उससे पहले तो पता ही नहीं लगता कि करना क्या है। सुषमा, करना क्या है तुम्हें अपनी थीसिस में, पता है तुम्हें क्लियर कट?
Sir, very true you are saying. I am exploring certain things and it will depend on the results.
कई बार हमें पता ही नहीं होता कि हमें करना क्या है। और अनफॉर्चुनेट क्या है कि जब सिनॉप्सिस प्रेजेंटेशन होती है तो जो सामने एक्सपर्ट बैठे हैं ना, वो कहते हैं कि आपकी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बिल्कुल क्लियर होने चाहिए, हाइपोथेसिस आपकी बिल्कुल क्लियर होनी चाहिए, मेथडोलॉजी आपकी क्लियर होनी चाहिए, सब कुछ क्लियर होना चाहिए। जबकि सोशल साइंसेस में इम्पॉसिबल है। सिनॉप्सिस के टाइम पे कोई क्लैरिटी नहीं हो सकती आपको किसी के बारे में। जैसे जैसे आप इवॉल्व करते हो, पढ़ते हो, प्रोग्रेस करते हो, चीजें तब धीरे धीरे क्लियर बनती है।
Very true, sir.
सिनॉप्सिस के टाइम में तो पता ही नहीं होता, इधर से लिया उधर से लिया, थोड़ा कुछ बनाया, सबमिट कर दिया। So it depends again what is you are looking at it. If you use this, if you want this and you use OLS, you will be in trouble. And here you can introduce time dummy, cross-sectional dummy. That's your difference estimator, and that's when you take log. So log model gives you the percentage change in one due to the percentage change in other. So what exactly you want, you should be clear, and accordingly you come out with the model. And we are going to talk about difference in difference model. So what I do is let me import crime data 2 period. That's the data which we have. So we have so many states, and we have the year, we have unemployment rate, we have the crimes. So if you run simple regression, the crime is dependent, unemployment is independent. So this will give you some result, but that result will be suffering from endogeneity problem, and this will not be acceptable to us. And of course, you can introduce a time dummy. I dot here. So it says that unemployment, increase in unemployment leads to, high value in crime. And if you want to use the difference, so you have to set the states and the year, and then regress D dot your crimes and unemployment rate. And see what you get. And how do we interpret this? नेहा मंगला, मैं तुमसे पूछ रहा हूं, कैसे बताओगे? How do we look at this?
So a change in crimes, if the crimes
अरे क्राइम तो डिपेंडेंट है, पहले इंडिपेंडेंट की बात करो. Unemployment rate dependent.
Yeah, sorry. So if the unemployment rate increases, then changes and increases. I mean,
positive
change, then the crimes also increase, and is positive.
Right.
The increase, yeah.
So the higher the change in the unemployment rate, higher will be the change in the crime rate.
Yeah.
That's the interpretation we are going to get.
Sir, can you scroll your screen a little bit downwards? जो पहला regression का result आया था, I want to match it, sir.
ये वाला?
Sir, crime and unemployment rate regression.
ये वाला?
Yes, sir.
कोई रिलेशन नहीं आ रहा है?
नहीं सर, सेम आ रहा है. ठीक है. Thank you, sir.
आ रहा है क्या मतलब? सेम आ
रहा
है?
सर आउटपुट चेक कर रही थी सर मैं सिर्फ.
अच्छा. So we have done it. Any question if you have before we go ahead? Any doubt? Any query? No? So let's take 15 minutes break. After the break, we will come back and continue with our discussion. Okay? Friends, let's continue with our journey. And Weber, you had a question. Which coefficient you're talking about? Weber, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I checked. I was just confirming the coefficient, values of the coefficient. Like it is 1247.
Okay.
I have got the right value, sir. I have checked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Right. So now let's go ahead with the multi-period t greater than 2 panel data. So again, you recognize this, and you have a period which is going up to t period, and that is unobserved cross-sectional time invariant heterogeneity. And that's what gives me fixed effect model. And the assumptions which you make about fixed effect model is whatever effects the omitted variable have on individual unit at one time, they will also have the same effect at a later time. Hence, their effects will be constant and fixed over a period of time. And that's why we are using the term time invariant values. It is assumed in the fixed effect model that the omitted variables have time invariant values with time invariant effects. Fixed effect estimator allows correlation between omitted variable time invariant variables with the observable explanatory variables. That means X, alpha I, they are allowed to be correlated. No problem. So these are assumptions which are making about fixed effect model. And above all, we are assuming that UIT given Xi, this is 0, and that's my strict exogeneity assumption. But that strict exogeneity assumption is about original error term. And one method is, Dr. Devendra, I would like to attract your attention, the least square dummy variable estimator. That means introduce dummy for each cross-sectional. And that dummy cross-sectional will take care of your alpha I. And but the problem with this, when you have large cross-sectional units, suppose if you are having 1,000 companies, it doesn't make a sense to introduce 999 dummy variables. If you do that, you are losing huge degrees of freedom. So it doesn't make sense to go for LSTV when you have large number of dummy variables. Another method is called a fixed effect method or within estimator. So what is that within estimator? We will understand it. But whatever method you're using, LSTV or within estimator or fixed effect estimator, both gives the same numerical values of the coefficients of excess. And that is something which we have to understand and appreciate. The values of the coefficients of the axis will remain same in both the cases. Okay. So LSTV method, simple, introduce dummy variables to capture unit specific heterogeneity. And the estimator is called least square dummy estimator, LSTV, because the moment you add dummy variables, you are using OLS. So that's equal to dummy plus OLS. And that method is called LSTV method, dummy and OLS. But it creates a problem when n is very, very large. What to do in that case? We go for the second method, which is called fixed effect estimator or within estimator. What do we do in it? We have to understand it. We demean x and y and try to remove alpha I. And then we use pooled OLS. This pooled OLS estimator is called the fixed effect or within estimator because OLS only uses the time variation in y and x within each cross-sectional unit. And fixed effect estimator or FE estimator or within estimator. So what you do is you subtract mean of each I that is cross-sectional over time. So you have cross-sectional 1, I get the mean of it. Cross-sectional 2, I get the mean of it. X bar 2, X bar 1. And then from each observation, you subtract mean of 1, mean of 2. So within, you are subtracting. And that's the reason we call it within estimator. I'm not subtracting one mean from the second. If you do it, that will be between estimator. So I'm subtracting within each cross-sectional unit. Each cross-sectional unit. And this will be cancelled out. It will become 0. Because alpha I is the time invariant. So the mean of that time invariant over time will be alpha I. So if you subtract alpha I, this will be cancelled out. And that's what we are looking at. And that's what we want. Throw it out. And when you throw it out, that endogeneity problem caused by that unobserved unit specific heterogeneity will be taken care of. Such an estimator is called FE estimator, fixed effect estimator, or within estimator. And FE estimators are consistent estimators. That means larger the sample size, better will be the quality of your estimates. FE estimators will still be consistent if there is a correlation between alpha I and xi. So the correlation between alpha I and xi doesn't create a problem when you have fixed effect estimated. That is, it may allow alpha I to be correlated with xi. Remember that. Neha, समझ रहे हो?
Yes, sir.
The fixed effect model controls for all time invariant differences between the individuals. So the estimated coefficients of the fixed effect models cannot be biased because of omitted time invariant characteristics. That's an important message which we get out of it. So any endogeneity problem arising because of unobserved cross-sectional time invariant, that endogeneity problem can be taken care of by fixed effect model. It doesn't promise anything beyond that. Please understand that. So let's go to Stata and see how do we run it and how do we use it. Okay. So let me open up a file. Okay. Okay, we were working on this. Let's take it. So the first step is you have to set the panel structure, XT, and your district, your year. And then if you remember, all panel related command starts with XT, right, for the regression, right, dependent variable, which is my death rate, independent birth rate, and number of workers, my independent variable. And then all options in a command followed by comma. So write comma, then give FE for fixed effect estimator. And that's the result which we get.
Can you please show us the command that you entered?
Xtreg for regression, dependent variable followed by independent variable, comma, FE for fixed effect. Very simple command, nothing complicated about it. Okay.
Sir,
In this,
what does FE refer?
yes, Dr.
FE.
Devendra. Huh?
FE.
FE fixed effect.
Okay.
It's the short form of fixed effect. Random effect, RE. Okay. In this output, we get a lot of numbers. Let's try to understand those numbers one by one. So we have R squared within, between, overall. Neha, which R square we should take?
So within,
Why within?
because we are talking about the within, means in case of fixed effect, we talk about the
Right.
within.
It's a within estimator. So my estimators are all within estimators. And therefore, we take within R square. Okay. So if somebody is working with between estimator, then you may take between R square, and overall square R square is, we are not concerned with that. We are concerned with within because we have within estimator. Okay. Now let's take other things. Overall square is the correlation between y and predicted y square, between the correlation between the mean of y for each I and predicted y using mean of x for each I. And it's a correlation between y minus mean of y, that's within, and predicted y, x and mean of x for each cross section. Okay.
Sir, can you please repeat last one between us, but I could not understand.
Between?
Yes, sir.
Mean of y for each I. Okay. Mean of y for each I, right? Minus predicted y using mean of each I. So what I'm doing is, this is the predicted values by using the mean values of x, and this is the mean of y for each, and that's how we are taking difference. So I'm taking difference across the mean. That's what is called between. Mean of first, mean of second, like that. That's how we get the between. Okay.
Okay, sir.
But we have to concentrate on within because my estimator is within estimator. What is it? It's a wall test with the null hypothesis that the independent variables have no impact on my dependent variable. It's like your ordinary F in the regression. So the significant value of F shows that, yes, the model which we have is having a significant impact on my dependent variable. And then we have a F test for all UIs. नेहा ये क्या चीज है?
Sir, in this case, means what I have read in the research paper, this is say that this is the chow test for the, means deciding whether the pool can be applicable or not. And if we are saying that if it is for the all UI, means all independent variable are not means are important.
Okay. I think in the morning, probably Sushma was asking me a question. Do we have a test to check whether we have cross-sectional heterogeneity or not? I don't know who was that person in the morning asking me about this. So we have a test for it, and the null hypothesis is what we are saying is alpha I. Stata is saying it as ui. So R symbol and stata symbol is ui for cross-sectional unobserved heterogeneity. So null hypothesis is the u1 is equal to u2 is equal to un. All cross-sectional effects are same and equal to 0. And for that we use F-test. So this tells me whether the cross-sectional heterogeneity exists or not, whether the cross-sectional differences are significant or not. Cross-sectional differences exist or not. And this is not coming to be significant. That means cross-sectional differences are not significant. And if you come to know that cross-sectional differences are not significant, should you still use fixed effect? Anybody who would like to respond?
I think, sir, no,
Why no?
because we are talking about the fixed effect where we are talking about the heterogeneity within we are talking about. And if it's not there, then we should not apply it.
What they are saying, they are not significant. कुछ तो हो सकता है कुछ तो हो सकता है
Yes, sir.
और ये हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग अगर आपको ध्यान हो अल्फा बीटा जानते हो टाइप 1 एरर एंड टाइप 2 एरर तो इसमें गलती होने के चांस भी है हो सकता है कि ये गलत भी हो अगर हम लगा भी लेंगे तो कोई नुकसान नहीं है प्रिकॉशन है एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी प्रिकॉशन है तो इसे लगाने फिक्स इफेक्ट लगाने से कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है यू कैन स्टिल यूज फिक्स इफेक्ट नो प्रॉब्लम इन इट ठीक है
Okay, sir.
एंड व्हाट इज इट ये क्या है it's a correlation between alpha I in our terminology and excess, or in fact I should say Y predicted. And this shows that there is a negative correlation. And higher this correlation, that means fixed effect is the better model as compared to a random model. Random effect model we will take a little later, but this shows that if you have a high correlation between the alpha I or ui is in terminology of Stata with y hat, then you will have a motivation to use fixed effect rather than going for random effect.
Sir, I have one question here. How
Yes,
will we
ma'am.
decide that it is higher or lower? At what point we can decide?
ऐसा कोई थ्रेशोल्ड नहीं है, ऐसा
So,
कोई थ्रेशोल्ड नहीं है,
sir, in
जजमेंट
this,
है बस।
sir, suppose in this case it is
38% तो
point.
काफी होता है ना, अगर 1% कोरिलेशन आता तो मैं कहता कम है, 2% कम है, 3 कम है, 4 कम है, ऐसे मैं बढ़ाता जाऊंगा तो किस पॉइंट पे कहूंगा कि अब कम नहीं, अब ज्यादा है? ऐसा कोई थ्रेशोल्ड लाइन नहीं है।
सर देन
Okay, sir.
हाँ सुषमा,
सर कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे सर अगर थ्रेशोल्ड नहीं है तो?
जजमेंट से। जजमेंट भी तो कुछ चीज होती है ना।
But
अगर मैं कहूं कि आर स्क्वायर 80% है तुम्हारे मॉडल का, तो ज्यादा है कम है?
सर इट्स वेरी हाई।
कैसे पता है वेरी हाई है? कोई थ्रेशोल्ड है इसका?
60% is supposed to be a good correlation.
हाँ
60% is supposed to be a good correlation.
दीप जी, 60% तो बहुत ज्यादा होता है। फिनांस में तो हम 10% पे बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं, जहाँ पे thousands of variables are working, and out of those thousands variable, if one variable give you r square of 10%, I am very happy. एक वेरिएबल अपने आप में 10% वेरिएशन एक्सप्लेन कर रहा है 1000 में से, और इससे ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन क्या चाहिए मेरे को? तो ऐसा नहीं है कि 60% कोई बेंचमार्क है। हम तो अगर किसी, बल्कि तो हम तो ये कहेंगे कि अगर ज्यादा आ रहा है ना आर स्क्वायर फाइनेंस में किसी का, तो बंदे ने जरूर कुछ मैनिपुलेशन किया हुआ डेटा में। हो ही नहीं सकता, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है हाई आर स्क्वायर फाइनेंस में। फाइनेंस में हाई आर स्क्वायर तो भूल जाओ, होता ही नहीं है।
सर तो इस केस में ये जो कोरिलेशन है, हाउ कैन बी डिसाइड इट्स हाई और लो?
because in research paper they don't talk about it.
They don't talk about it, that's true, because if it is fixed effect then they don't talk about it. फिक्स में तो जितना भी ज्यादा होगा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है मेरे को, और जीरो होगा तो भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है फिक्स इफेक्ट में। फिक्स इफेक्ट के एस्टिमेट की क्वालिटी पे कोई इफेक्ट नहीं होगा, जो है वो है।
So, but हम कैसे डिसाइड करें, हम कैसे जजमेंट लें? दैट इज द मेन क्वेश्चन।
तो तुम्हें किस लिए डिसाइड करना है?
सर फॉर अप्लाइंग द मेथड व्हिच इज,
करना है
व्हिच मेथड इज बेटर?
हमें तो सिर्फ इतना ही बताना है ना कि कितना परसेंट इम्पैक्ट है, उससे हमें क्या लेना है कि हाई है, लो है, मॉडरेट है। बस ये बताना है कि इतना इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है
बस। और ये बताओ कि इससे हमें क्या लेना देना?
नथिंग सर।
इससे हिंट मिलता है, आई एम सेइंग हिंट मिलता है। कि जितना ज्यादा होगा रैंडम इफेक्ट नहीं एग्जिस्ट करेगा।
एक्सक्यूज मी सर,
जितना ये कम होगा रैंडम इफेक्ट के चांसेस उतने ज्यादा होंगे।
Sir, suppose Hausman is saying that random should be applicable, but here the correlation is high. So what should we apply?
हो ही नहीं
Means
सकता, नहीं हो सकता, ऐसा पॉसिबल ही नहीं है।
Sir, high in the sense means this value around 30-40% it's showing, and
नहीं होगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा, हॉस्पिटल नहीं देगा रिजल्ट ऐसे।
सर हो रहा है मेरे साथ।
नहीं, वो कहीं ना कहीं कुछ गड़बड़ होगी, ऐसा दे नहीं सकता।
सर ये वॉल टेस्ट के लिए आपने कोई और स्पेसिफिक कमांड दी थी या सर सिर्फ ये एफई से ही?
ऑटोमेटिकली आता है, ऑटोमेटिकली आता है उसमें।
ओके सर, बाय डिफॉल्ट इसने वॉल टेस्ट से दिया है ये आउटपुट?
हाँ।
Sir, may I ask a question?
Dr. Devendra, you are most welcome. Don't worry.
Sir, you have discussed two models of fixed effect.
एक ही model
That
use किया मैंने.
no, earlier you have taken the difference from the previous period.
That's for the two period.
And this is from within, taking difference from mean.
Right.
So is there any difference between these two?
कोई फर्क नहीं है.
Results will
ये
be
कि
same?
हाँ, बस फर्क ये है कि जो डिफरेंस है वो 2 पे लगेगा और विद इन जनरलाइज्ड है.
Results will be same, sir?
हाँ, रिजल्ट सेम होंगे. चेक कर लेना. स्टैंडर्ड एरर वगैरह में फर्क हो सकता है, वैसे रिजल्ट सेम होंगे. करके देखें. करके देखना. आप दिक्कत होगी तो मुझे बताना कल.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. हाँ. So it shows the correlation between the predicted values of the dependent variable and the fixed effect term in the model. And it tests whether individual effect because of the omitted variable is significantly different from 0 or not. And if you want to get it, you can use the command test param I dot cross ID, and you will get the same result. Just a minute. Okay. Run a simple regression. Okay, I think, sorry.
The district spelling.
हाँ, वो spelling गलत हो गया. ये देखोगे अगर आप if value uh, .48. Oh, sorry, मैंने गलत कमांड दे दी है रिग्रेशन की. It's death rate followed by birth rate. Then so 0.89.4832, and you will get this value here. .894832. So that you can easily verify. And the F value which we get here, right? So it says all districts are having zero coefficient value and they are equal to 0. And that's what we get here. It's nothing but the wall test which we are performing for our equation. So that's how you can get this. Any number which you think you are not able to understand it. This is the rho, the fraction of variance due to ui out of the total. This is the standard deviation of alpha I. This is the standard deviation of error 2. That's what it gives. So normally we don't use this information. So I hope you start getting some understanding about the fixed effect. And another thing, I don't know whether you notice it or not, when you add the dummy variables, the value of the coefficients, birth rate 0.1326008 is the same as we get here. So whether you use dummy variables into your model or use the fixed effect, the coefficients value will always be same. No difference. And you can check yourself. Okay. Any query, any question if you have. And please understand no difference between your LSTV method and estimators of fixed effect model. FE estimators or LSTV estimators. Both give me the same results, no difference. And that we have seen that you can check when you go to this data. And use test param I cross-sectional unit for wall test to appreciate the relation between the LSTV estimator and the fixed effect estimator. Can we have two cross-sectional unit effect as well as the time effect? I will come back to this little later. Let's do some more exercises with the problem. So friends, we have some data with us that's related to the profitability of the companies. We have the year, we have the name of the companies, we have the ROE, log of the size, and the leverage. Right, so how should I go about it? We have 10 years data and number of companies, and we have the ROE, log size, and leverage. How should I proceed? First, the name of the companies are in text format or string format. They have to be first converted into numeric number. Any one of you remember the command which we used yesterday?
Egen.
Company ID, for example, that's my creation equal to group and the company name. And then you say XT set company ID with time, which is year. So the panel structure has been defined in Stata. Okay. Anyone tell me what should be my model? We have the ROE data. We have the size of the company. We have the leverage of the company. Simple model. Or we have number of companies and 10-year data. The data structure is a panel data structure. Dr. Devendra, what model I should define? I'm going to say that my ROI is a function of size and leverage. I also believe that this relationship may be different for different companies because different uniqueness of the companies. And we are not able to capture that uniqueness of the company in our data. So we call them as omitted variable. And if we have the omitted variable, those omitted variable might be correlated with my size or leverage. So if that setting is there, then I must go for fixed effect model. Right? So we are going to use a fixed effect model for this problem. So the command is simple. Go to reg. Yes.
What are the omitted variables like?
I don't know. You tell me.
You were telling some omitted variables that
हाँ,
may affect.
कौन से हो सकते हैं? आप बताओ, ROE को इम्पैक्ट करते हैं, कौन से हो सकते हैं? वैभव सोचो.
Yes.
ठीक है, बोर्ड कंपोजिशन हो सकता है.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
ओनरशिप हो सकती है.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes.
ठीक है, और लिक्विडिटी हो सकती है.
Yes, sir.
प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी हो सकती है. बहुत कुछ हो सकता है जो मुझे नहीं पता, मेरे पास डेटा भी नहीं है उसका. So I'm putting them under the category of omitted variable. And those omitted variable may be correlated with my size, may be correlated with my leverage.
Sir, which data file have we imported? Is it profitability of the industries?
No, the other one.
Profitability analysis.
Panel.
Okay, sir.
Panel data profitability analysis. So we go to XTREC and then we take the dependent variable ROE, log size, leverage, comma, FE, and that's the result which we get.
सर जैसे आप बता रहे थे ना कि ओनरशिप एक मतलब वेरिएबल हो सकता है जो एफ
संपत्ति मैं बाद में बात करूंगा, पहले तुम ये बताओ सुबह गायब कहाँ हो गई थी?
सर पता नहीं, बहुत समय तो लेफ्ट और ज्वाइन करते करते फिर नेटवर्क स्टेबल हुआ फिर आई सर।
हम याद कर रहे थे, पता नहीं लगा कि संपत्ति पता नहीं कहाँ गायब हो गई।
सॉरी सर।
चलो हाँ, यस टेल मी।
सर तो मेरा यही क्वेश्चन था कि आप जो बोल रहे थे ना ओनरशिप एक वेरिएबल हो सकता है जिसको हम मतलब ओमिट कर दिए हैं शायद,
राइट।
हाँ तो उसके लिए मतलब हम ले रहे ये फिक्स्ड इफेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो मतलब अगर हमको देखना है कि ये ओनरशिप कैसे मतलब इफेक्ट करता है डिफरेंट ओनरशिप स्ट्रक्चर, तो वो कैसे देखेंगे?
तो वो आपको ओनरशिप का डेटा लेना पड़ेगा ना, मॉडल में डालना पड़ेगा।
मतलब वो कैसे कैप्चर करेंगे सर?
और ओनरशिप का डेटा मिलता है ना।
अच्छा
शेयर होल्डर पैटर्न और शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न का डेटा मिलता है।
अच्छा
एवरी
अच्छा,
कंपनी सपोज टू डिस्क्लोज शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न।
तो वो मतलब क्या हम कुछ डमी वेरिएबल से कैप्चर करेंगे?
नहीं, वो तो एक्चुअल होता है।
अच्छा अच्छा,
वेबसाइट ऑल्सो
किसी ने कलेक्ट किया क्या शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न का डेटा?
in Bombay Stock Exchange they give you also over there.
हाँ
अच्छा सर। तो
तो
सर मेरा
collect
ये क्वेश्चन था कि मतलब मैं जैसे कल बता रही थी बैंक रिलेटेड, तो बैंक का मतलब कैसे मिलेगा?
तो बैंक की तो ओनरशिप वैसे ही पता लग जाएगी ना, तुम्हें पब्लिक सेक्टर है कि नहीं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर
हाँ
है।
तो मतलब हाँ वो तो पता लग गया, लेकिन
हाँ,
हम जब पैनल डेटा कर रहे हैं मतलब ऐसे
तो फिर वो डमी
रिग्रेशन।
में आएगा ना उसका।
हाँ सर वही मैं बोल रही थी, डमी लेना होगा ना?
डमी लेना होगा।
अच्छा सर ठीक है।
अदरवाइज शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न देखना है तो होल्डिंग पैटर्न का एग्जैक्ट परसेंटेज मिल जाता है। बॉम्बे स्टॉक
अच्छा
एक्सचेंज जैसे सुतप्ति बता रही थी कि वो डेटा है अवेलेबल,
अच्छा अच्छा सर ठीक है।
पब्लिक डोमेन में अवेलेबल है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
सर पब्लिक प्राइवेट का सर वही सेम क्वेश्चन था मेरा सर, वो डमी लेना पड़ेगा तो उसको कैसे सर इसमें करेंगे, मॉडल में कैसे
डमी
लगा?
डाल दो, जैसे और डमी डालते हो वैसे ये डमी डाल दो।
यस सर।
जैसे और डमी डालते हो वैसे वो डमी आ जाएगा, कोई फर्क थोड़ी है।
ओके सर।
इट्स लाइक एनी अदर इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल।
So, but we are saying that all these omitted variables are time invariant, right? That is
That's
why,
assumption.
and that is the assumption on which we are then applying the fixed effect model.
Right. ये तुम्हें ये लगता है कि वो assumption सही नहीं है तो छोड़ो उसको, कुछ और देखेंगे फिर।
Okay.
इस assumption के लिए ये मॉडल है। और वो assumption हट जाएगी तो फिर दूसरा मॉडल होगा। तो सारा खेल तो assumptions का ही है।
Yes, sir.
Preeti is saying, given in the annual reports, yes, shareholders pattern is also given in the annual report, but that's as on the 31st March, or the end of the financial year of that particular company. But if you want for a particular time other than the end of the financial year, that you can take from the BSC. I think companies are supposed to provide quarterly data for it. Okay. A couple of things you can do after this. If you want to predict the values of y or your dependent variable, you can use the command predict, say ROE hit, comma XP. So the predicted values of XP has come up. If you want to store the residuals, predict RS comma residuals. And if you want to know the unobserved heterogeneity values on an average, what are those values? You can also get their estimate, predict, unobserved, and all this data will be available here. And that's the predicted ROE. And that's unobserved. And you will see that unobserved is same for all the years for one unit, one cross-sectional unit. Same. For other cross-sectional unit, it is same. Sorry, up to this point. Because we are assuming that they are not time invariant. Cross-sectional, they are different, but over the period of time, they are same. And these are the average values, the mean values. Okay. And if you want to get information criteria for the estimates, you can use the command estat IC for information criteria, and you get the values of AIC and BIC. And they can be used when you are comparing different models.
A model with less AIC will be better, sir?
Yes, yes. Lower it is, better it is.
Sir, in this case, what are we comparing?
We're not comparing it. But if you have different models, then you can use it for comparison purposes. One model, it doesn't make much sense. For different models, it makes a sense.
Okay, means we will calculate individually and then we can compare.
Right. So command is very simple, estat IC for information criteria. And in this example, if I use this right, so these are the values which we are getting here. Zero 0.1065. Sorry.
Sir, can we do the interpretation part once again?
कौन सा इंटरप्रिटेशन, किस चीज का इंटरप्रिटेशन बताओ?
सर इस मॉडल का
कौन से मॉडल में, कौन से
वैल्यू एंड जस्ट विद इन 0.0471?
ये तो विद इन आर स्क्वायर है ना?
यस सर.
सर एक्सप्लेन हो रहा है ये तो विद इन कितना एक्सप्लेन हो रहा है वहां से आ रहा है ना ये.
ओके.
Just a minute.
Sir, how do we interpret its results? For example, for writing our discussion of results. मतलब ये जो हमारा टेबल निकल के आया है, सर मुझे वो थोड़ा समझना था.
नहीं क्या समझना है इसमें, क्या रिपोर्टिंग में क्या जाएगा? That's what you want
yes,
to know.
Yes, sir.
रिपोर्टिंग में तो यही जाएंगे ना, कोएफिशिएंट्स और इनकी पी वैल्यू, और क्या जाएगा? और कुछ नहीं जाएगा.
ओके सर.
बाकी तो सब तुम्हारे कंजम्पशन के लिए, ओन कंजम्पशन के लिए. ठीक है. I don't know why this is not working. Just give me a minute. I don't know why this is held up. कृतिका, अपने को म्यूट करो. I think my system is held up, so I should restart it again. Yes. I'm sorry, some problem in the system, so I just rebooting it. In the meantime, if anyone have any quick question, let me know. So these are the coefficients which we have here. Uh, 0.106, 556 and minus 1.1219334. And if I use the LSTV estimator, then I get my regress ROE log size this and dummy of the cross-sectional variable and you will find that these values are same which we had it earlier. I'm not able to get it. See 106,556 and this value. So friends, it doesn't make a difference whether you use LSTV or fixed effect, the result will be the same. And Sushma, you are supposed to report these results and coefficients along with their probability values and say that we have the fixed effect model. Okay?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you told us that if we use LSTV, there will be losing of degree of freedom.
Right.
In case of large sample size.
So
Coefficients
standard error वगैरह में फर्क आएगा, coefficients में फर्क नहीं आएगा.
Sir, so can we report the same? In that case, it will not create problem if we report this
तो
out.
हमें तो वही करना है ना, coefficients की value तो report करोगे आप.
Yes, sir. And will the R square will be different?
Dummy variables की value तो report होनी नहीं है.
Yes, sir. Sir, R square value will be same in both the model or it will be different?
Different होगी.
Okay, sir. LSTV model.
R square उतना ही ज्यादा होगा, क्योंकि वे जितने ज्यादा variables होंगे, R square उतना ही ज्यादा होगा ना उसका.
Okay, sir.
I think I show you. LSTV का R square कितना है? 0.7093 देख रहे हो?
Yes, sir.
Right. और तुम्हारा जो फिक्स इफेक्ट का था विद इन में देखो 0.0471 आ रहा है.
Yes, sir.
तो फर्क आएगा ही आएगा, क्योंकि नंबर ऑफ वेरिएबल्स जितने ज्यादा होंगे आर स्क्वायर उतना ही बढ़ जाएगा.
Exactly, sir.
तो आर स्क्वायर का यहाँ पे कोई मीनिंग नहीं है ज्यादा.
ओके सर, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं ना, हम फिक्स्ड डमी के वाले भी रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं.
अरे
रिजल्ट ज्यादा भी तो
क्यों पंगे ले रहे हो डमी से? रिजल्ट जब सेम ही आना है तो फिर क्यों पंगे ले रहे हो? डमी लगाना जरूरी है क्या?
कल तो हमने कोफिशिएंट से रिपोर्ट करने, आर स्क्वायर का मैं कह रही थी.
हाँ, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So along with the cross-sectional effect, if you want to capture the time effect, you can do it by introducing time dummy. And that will give you two-way effect, cross-sectional, fixed, and time using time dummy. And how can you do it? I show you. So we have this fixed effect model. So in that fixed mod, sorry, you add I dot here, the time dummy, and you get the time dummy. And that's the result which we get. Okay, so it's your choice. You have to take a call whether you need a time effect separately or not. And accordingly, you can work out the fixed effect separately and time effect separately. That's your choice. You can do that. No problem with it. And please note that you may have two-way fixed effects model, unobserved cross-sectional variant by using FV and LSTV. But if you want unobserved cross-sectional invariant and time variant, then use time dummy. If you need both, then you can use time dummy variable into that. Now, what are the limitations of the fixed effect model? In the fixed effect model, any variable which is time invariant, we cannot estimate it. So Sampati, okay, Sampati, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The ownership of the banks, for example, public, private, that is not going to change in your period of study.
Yes, sir.
And if you want to use the fixed effect, then you cannot capture the effect of these variables because they are time invariant.
Okay, sir.
Just thrown out. Because
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, in my result, I got omitted this dummy variable. So I was going to ask this question next.
Yes. Any time invariant which you have that cannot be captured. And fixed effect models can be used for predicting out of sample observations. So what does a fixed effect model does? Does it estimate the effects of the variables whose values do not change across? The answer is no, it doesn't.
Sir, in that case, which you just explained in case of ownership, then in that case, sir, we should use dummy variables for time. Sorry, for ownership.
Ownership का वो wipe out हो जाएगा. Time invariant है ना वो, खत्म.
तो fixed effect नहीं use करना चाहिए सर अगर ownership is also one of the variable.
Yes, तब fixed effect काम नहीं करेगा.
Okay.
That's the limitation of the fixed effect. Does the fixed effect merely control the effects of the time invariant variables, and fixed effect models only controls the effect and not estimate the effect? तो जो time invariant variables हैं, उनको effect को control करता है, लेकिन उनको estimate नहीं करता. And that's one of the serious limitation of fixed effect model. Okay. Sorry. So if the effect of the omitted variable time invariant, okay, good. Unobserved का तो omit करना अच्छा है, लेकिन जो observed variables हैं और time invariant variables हैं, उसको भी fixed effect kill कर रहा है, which is not good, and that's a limitation of the problem with the fixed effect model. The variables which you are observing and they are time invariant, their effect will also be killed by fixed effect, and that's not good, that's bad, and that's the limitation of my fixed effect model. Any question about fixed effect model? Anything?
Sir, I have a question, but not related to the fixed effect. I want to know what will be the command to generate the graphs in this data.
नहीं, हम वो बाद में बात करेंगे उसके लिए.
ठीक है, okay.
ठीक है ना? Because that will take some time. So we are running against the time. Okay, so we have YIT is equal to beta naught, beta 1 XIT plus alpha I plus UIT. For a fixed effect model, we make an assumption that these two are maybe correlated. Now I'm introducing assumption. They are not correlated. And changing with the time. And changing with time, and it's random. तो क्या होगा, ये जो है यहाँ पे घुस जाएगी. Because both are behaving randomly and it will enter into it. It will not create a endogeneity problem because we are assuming that XIT and alpha I not correlated, 0. लेकिन ये अलग तरीके की प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करता है. वो क्या प्रॉब्लम है and how do we handle that problem? That's what we are going to discuss next with the heading of what is called a random effect. So in the fixed effect model, we assume that independent variables and unobserved heterogeneity items are correlated and time invariant across cross-sectional. And it gives me consistent estimator. Clear? Now, if we change our assumptions, then see what happens. Now I say that this is not correlated. This is not correlated with my XIs, no correlation. Further assume that this term is not fixed but random. And IID, that is independent and identically distribution, then what will be the impact on our estimates? So the nature of this and the nature of this, that is similar. And ये यहाँ जाके बैठ जाएगी. But it will not create endogeneity problem, लेकिन कुछ और तरीके की problem create करेगा. वो क्या problem है वो हमें समझना पड़ेगा. So now you have a contrast of the assumptions of the fixed effect model and the random effect model. And that takes us to the random effect model, and that's what we are going to talk about. In it, what we assume that unobserved endogeneity is behaving like a random variable and is not correlated with regresses. Then we may say that the panel data has random effect. So to have random effect, we are assuming that my X and the alpha is 0. And that's an important assumption. In a random effect model, the unobserved variables are assumed to be uncorrelated with or more strongly statistically independent of all the observed variables. Random effect model will estimate the effect of the time invariant variables, but the estimates may be biased because we are not controlling for omitted variables if they are found to be correlated with explanatory variables. ये प्रॉब्लम है. क्या लग रहा है आपको, क्या चीज होती है रैंडम इफेक्ट? नेहा, क्या चीज है रैंडम इफेक्ट? सारा खेल assumptions का है. In random effect, we assume that the x's are not correlated with my unobserved heterogeneity. And that unobserved heterogeneity is not fixed. It behaves like a random number, random variable. So of course, it doesn't lead to endogeneity issue, but it leads to other problems. So since alpha I is uncorrelated with xi, eliminating it using FE procedure would result in inefficient estimators. Okay. So what we are assuming that this alpha I is merged into the error term and start behaving like error term. That's why it is called random effect. And since it is merging into error term, it should satisfy all the conditions related to the error term. And we know that this resultant error term will not be correlated with any x. Hence, that endogeneity issue will not emerge in this particular situation. And let's say that new it is equal to alpha I plus this. So I can replace it by a new symbol, new it. So the resultant term which we are getting is having zero mean, constant variance, homoscedastic, but the covariance between new it and new i's is equal to square of alpha, and that is creating problem for me. That means error for individual I and j, errors for individual I are correlated over time. For I over two different times, correlated. And that takes care of our second problem. If you remember when I said, if you take observation from the same person over a period of time, they may be correlated. And if they are correlated, we find this problem. And the covariance of the error term for two different cross-sectional unit is not there. Everything else is there. But the culprit is this one. ये problem कर रहा है मेरे को. ये भी constant होना चाहिए था, constant नहीं है. Sorry, zero होना चाहिए था, zero नहीं है. And that's creating problem for me. And it's autocorrelation problem. Anybody can suggest what should I do in order to take care of autocorrelation problem? Autocorrelation problem को solve करने के लिए कौन सा method use करते हैं? Anyone from economics, they can better answer this question. Sampati, do you have a economics background? Autocorrelation को
No, sir.
Anyone from economics?
Do we use GLM? I think, if I'm not.
GLS.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Generalized least square method. You cannot use OLS in that case. You have to go for generalized or generalized least square method or GLS method. And that's what we do in random effect. So that's what creates problem. Autocorrelation problem. And to take care of that autocorrelation problem, what we do is we use FGLS, that is feasible generalized least square method. So the GLS estimator has desirable properties relatively with large n and small t. Also using FGLS, we lose the exact results of blue estimators. But what we get consistent and asymptotically efficient and asymptotically normal distribution. अब इशू ये आता है कि मेरे पास डेटा है, I use fixed effect, I get estimates. I have the random effect model, I get the estimates. अब दोनों एस्टिमेट्स की खासियत क्या है ये बताइए मेरे को, नया बताओ। दोनों एस्टिमेट दे रहे मेरे को,
Sir, fixed effect are more consistent. We are getting blue estimates in case of FE, but not in case of.
Under that assumption, right?
Right.
Both are consistent. दोनों एस्टिमेट्स कंसिस्टेंट हैं, लेकिन फर्क कहां पे है? Where is the difference? Where is the difference? Difference is in the assumption that the so the covariance between x, sorry. So we have the panel data, FE estimates, and RE estimates. Both are consistent. I don't know what's happening. FE and RE, both are consistent under the assumption that covariance between X and alpha I is 0. So if this assumption is true, then both are consistent estimates. But there is a big but here. So we are talking about a big but. Sorry. Just a minute. FE estimates and RE estimates both gives me consistent results. Under the assumption that the covariance between X and the alpha I is 0. But under this assumption, RE gives me consistent as well as efficient estimator. And therefore, since RE gives me consistent as well as efficient estimator, under this assumption that the covariance is 0, we prefer to go for RE estimator. And the moment this assumption is not true, then RE becomes inconsistent. Then we don't go for inconsistent estimate, we go for a consistent estimate, which is FE consistent, FE estimate. Both are consistent under this assumption that they are equal to 0. And under this assumption, RE is also efficient. So we go for this.
But sir, in FE model, we studied that the assumption that covariance between X and alpha I is not equal to 0.
Right. So if it is not equal to 0 and you apply RE, what will happen?
So my question is that you said it is giving consistent result under this assumption as well, FE model.
Right. Right.
So, but we studied initially that it is not the assumption.
Not the.
I mean, under.
तुम ध्यान से सुनते नहीं हो. We said that FE may not have correlation. Sorry, may have correlation between X and alpha I. FE may have covariance between X and alpha I. I use the term may. I didn't say it should have.
Okay, sir. Okay. That was my confusion, sir. Thank you, sir.
तो अगर कोरिलेशन इन दोनों में 0 नहीं है तो आरई मेरे को इनकंसिस्टेंट रिजल्ट देगा, which we don't want. In that case, we go for FE test. और हॉस्मैन टेस्ट यही चेक करता है कि ये जो कोवेरियंस है वो 0 है कि नहीं है. अगर 0 नहीं है, गो फॉर FE, और 0 है तो गो फॉर RE. That precisely is the job of the Hosman test. And that's what we said here. Okay. So before we go to the random effect, let me see. Okay. In this model, if I want to determine the random effect model, so you have to simply write RE and get the result. So command is same, no difference. If you want fixed effect, you write FE. If you want the random effect, you have to simply write RE and you get the result. And you can check here that they are assuming that the correlation between UI and X is 0. That assumption which they're making. Okay. And these are the coefficients value. Which we get under random effect. But again, we are in trouble. Should we go for fixed effect? Should we go for random effect? How do we decide that? For that, we use what is called a Hosman test. And the null hypothesis of this test is that RE and FE estimates are systematically equal. And for that, they use chi-square distribution. And the basic assumption is compare the RE results and FE results and test whether or not there is a correlation between unobserved and XI. If they are correlated, go for fix. If they are not correlated, go for RE. That's how we have to take a decision. So thus, under null hypothesis, both estimators should be systematically similar. Rejection of it, that means random is inconsistent, and therefore we should go for consistent estimate, which will be FE consistent, fixed effect estimator. So if the null is rejected, Neha, dhyan se suno.
Yes, sir.
There are two possibilities. One, the model may be misspecified. Second, the assumption that alpha I is uncorrelated with XID is incorrect. तो दोनों में से क्या हो रहा है वो आपको कॉल लेना पड़ेगा. हो सकता है मॉडल में ही प्रॉब्लम हो. चेक करो.
Okay, sir.
Okay. But if Hosman test is rejected, one thing is very clear, that is random effect is not an appropriate choice.
So please repeat, if Hosman test is what?
Is rejected.
Then
there is two possibilities. Either the model is misspecified or that assumption that they are uncorrelated is not correct. तो लोग क्या करते हैं, इसी को पकड़ के बैठ जाते हैं, इसका ध्यान ही नहीं देते. तो ये भी चेक कर लो कि तुम्हारे मॉडल में तो दिक्कत नहीं है, कोई मॉडल प्रॉपर्ली स्पेसिफाइड है कि नहीं है. But one thing is very sure that if the Houseman test is rejected, random effect तो नहीं लगेगा, ये तो for sure है. क्या लगेगा क्या नहीं लगेगा, again you have to check your model.
Sir, then we should first check with the Houseman test to know whether we should go for fixed effect model or random effect model.
हाँ, अपनी थ्योरी क्यों नहीं यूज करते हो? थ्योरी
Sir,
में
I
क्या
will ask
प्रॉब्लम
my question in the end based on my study.
थ्योरी में क्यों नहीं यूज करते हो? सब कुछ थ्योरी से आएगा. अगर थ्योरी कहती है कि जो ओमिटेड वेरिएबल आपने लिए हैं वो कोरिलेटेड हैं, तो हैं. कोई स्टैटिस्टिक्स उसको प्रूव डिस्प्रूव नहीं कर सकती. अगर वो कर भी रहे तो हो सकता है गलती भी हो उसमें कुछ.
Okay, sir.
Statistics cannot overrule the theory. Please understand that. Statistics only support theory. Okay, so let's see how do we conduct Houseman test. Hania, क्या करते हैं Houseman test के लिए? First, run your fixed effect model.
Yes, sir. Then store it.
Store its result. Okay, so for that what we write, estimate, store, then you give a name. Suppose I give it a name as fix, and run then regression, which is with random effect, and then store the result, say rand. If you want to see both the results in one table, you can use a command as tab fix rand. Sorry, S tab version. Okay, I try with this start, fix and rent. इंस्टॉल नहीं किया होगा मैंने इसको. नेहा, कुछ कमांड याद आ रही है तुम्हें?
तो मैं तो डायरेक्टली हॉस्टमैन की लगाती हूँ, ऐसे कंबाइंड
नहीं,
वाली में.
वो कंबाइंड तो मैं अपने लिए कर रहा हूँ. हॉस्टमैन से इसका कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. राइट, दैट द कमांड. यानी दोनों रिजल्ट को अगर आपको एक ही टेबल में देखना है तो कमांड है start fix rand. दोनों रिजल्ट आपको दिख जाएंगे, फिक्स के रिजल्ट भी और उसके. और अगर आपको सिग्निफिकेंट कराना है तो यू कैन गिव द ऑप्शन स्टार. स्टार्ट होगा चेक. मुझे चेक करना पड़ेगा कि क्या है, बट एनीवे इसका कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। आपके फिक्स के इफेक्ट स्टोर हो गए फिक्स में, रैंडम के स्टोर हो गए रैंड में, देन यू सिंपली राइट हॉस्मेन फिक्स and rand, and that's the result. So the small b is consistent under null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. This b, which is random, is inconsistent under alternative but efficient under null hypothesis. And this is not being rejected, so it suggests random effect. It suggests random effect. And if we see the fixed effect model of it, and if you see the fixed effect model, इसमें जो correlation है, देख रहे हैं कितना आ रहा है? कम आ रहा है। तो वो कम इंडिकेट कर रहा है कि हो सकता है कि दोनों में correlation ना हो. And that's why it is suggesting that we should go for random effect model and not the fixed effect model. Okay, so let me take one more example and see how do we do it. So I import another file. And this time, suppose I take the, okay, I take this simple example. So we have the data about the quantity of price and the quantity of tea, price of coffee, price of tea. We have the markets, we have the year. So from different markets, we have picked the data from for different years. So XT set, cross section is my markets and year. Done. Then we go for XT reg. My dependent variable is demand for T or quantity for D, and independent price and coffee and tea. We have the fixed effect model. देख रहे हो कोरिलेशन कितना आ रहा है 0.0972. नया क्या इंडिकेट कर रहा है? रैंडम इफेक्ट आएगा यहाँ पे.
सर फिक्स्ड आएगा.
It is suggesting that you may get Houseman result in the favor of random effect. Okay. Then estimate let's call it you have to have different variable fix, and then we have the RE estimate, then let's call it REN, and then you simply say Houseman fix in REN, and that's the result which we get. So it's not rejected. That means you can go for random effect, and that is what Houseman is suggesting. Preeti, I could not get your question. What do you mean by how to check model? Preeti, what do you mean by how to check model?
Sir, in this case, we decided, how did we check that we are accepting or rejecting the null hypothesis by checking the prob value
Yes, probability value.
less than 0.05 or not?
Yes,
Okay.
this value. How to check model fitness? One of the tool is you can get the information criteria by using the command estat IC. So that can also help you in getting an idea. But regarding the fixed versus random, the test is Hosman test. For others, you can make use of information criteria to decide whether a model is a good model or not a good model. But deciding which method we use, that we have to go for Hosman test. Yes.
Sir, I have one question. Sir, as you were saying that if the results are not as per the Hosman, means other conflicting result are and Hosman is saying random and correlation, unobserved heterogeneity is high. So this means there may be problem in the model. So can we check that with the help of the estat command?
नहीं नेहा तुम थ्योरी से भाग क्यों रही हो?
नहीं सर, मेरे अकॉर्डिंग मॉडल ठीक है. मैंने
हो सकता है नॉन लीनियर बिहेवियर हो. चेक किया तुमने?
नहीं सर, नॉन लीनियर तो चेक नहीं.
चेक कर लो ना, हो सकता है नॉन लीनियर बिहेवियर आ रहा हो. कुछ भी हो सकता है, चेक तो करो पहले.
सर
हाँ संपत्ति,
मेरा भी एक क्वेश्चन है कि
हाँ,
जैसे
बोलो.
कि हमने देखा है फिक्स्ड इफेक्ट तो मतलब टाइम इनवेरिएंट का एस्टिमेट नहीं कर सकता है.
नहीं कर सकता.
हाँ,
रैंडम कर
और
सकता.
हाँ और हॉसमैन टेस्ट सजेस्ट कर रहा है कि रैंडम को रिजेक्ट किया जाए, तो तब हमें क्या करना चाहिए?
कुछ नहीं, फिक्स पे जाओ, टाइम इनवेरिएंट को छोड़ो. और भी संपत्ति, और भी कुछ है दुनिया में मॉडल, ये 2 मॉडल नहीं है.
हाँ सर.
एक मॉडल कल हम डिस्कस करेंगे, डायनामिक वाला.
अच्छा.
There are a lot of models. See how the econometrics is evolving. I mean, 50 years back, nobody was aware of the fixed effect or the random effect.
Sir, I have a question relating to this only.
Sushma, hold karo jara.
Okay.
So gradually the things are developing, and things takes time to develop. Okay. So
yes,
do you think you have understood fixed effect model? हाँ सुषमा बोलो.
सर एक्चुअली मेरा क्वेश्चन भी संपत्ति के क्वेश्चन से रिलेटेड है. सर एक्चुअली आई एम गोइंग टू स्टडी द वेरिएबल्स एज आई डिस्कस्ड विद यू अर्लियर आल्सो. ओनरशिप स्ट्रक्चर इज आल्सो वन ऑफ द वेरिएबल. सो सर इट विल बी टाइम इनवेरिएंट. तो उस केस में फिक्स्ड इफेक्ट नहीं लगा सकते.
स्ट्रक्चर कैसे टाइम इनवेरिएंट हो सकता है, मुझे बताओ. शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न तो चेंज हो रहा है हर साल.
सर इन टर्म्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट एंड पब्लिक वर्सेस प्राइवेट बैंक्स.
तो डोंट से ना, क्या शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न मत बोलो, ओनरशिप बोलो.
सर मैंने ओनरशिप ही बोला था सर.
शेयर होल्डिंग पैटर्न, ओनरशिप पैटर्न बोला था.
ओके सर, ओके. सो सर in that case sir, fixed effect model will not work.
It will work, but it will not give you the effect of that ownership.
That ownership on my dependent variable.
हाँ, वो इफेक्ट नहीं आएगा.
नहीं आएगा. तो सर उस केस में
मॉडल काम करेगा ही ना.
तो सर उस केस में I should directly go for random effect model or should I go for Hosman test first? जैसा अभी संपत्ति ने कहा कि अगर वो रिवर्स में इंडिकेट कर रहा है हॉसमैन टेस्ट.
अगर तुम्हें लगता है कि ओनरशिप का इम्पैक्ट उसकी दूसरे इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल से है, तो फिर रैंडम इफेक्ट तो अज्यूम कर रहा है ना कि कोई रिलेशन नहीं है.
यस सर. तो क्या करना चाहिए फिर उस केस में सर?
देखो वो तो देखना पड़ेगा तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है क्या नहीं है, पहले वो देखो तो सही ना. आउटराइटली मैं सजेस्ट नहीं कर पाऊंगा.
ओके सर, मतलब वी नीड डिस्कशन ओवर इट.
ऑफ कोर्स वी नीड, मुझे पहले डेटा समझना होगा, प्रॉब्लम समझनी होगी,
यस सर, यस
क्या
सर,
कर
यस सर.
रहे हो.
ओके सर.
ठीक है.
थैंक यू सर.
So friends, it's a long day and I hope you get fairly good understanding about fixed effect model and random effect model. What
Sir,
next? Any questions if you have?
yes, sir. I have a very small basic question. Like,
Bolo.
sir, if H naught is rejected, that is null hypothesis according to the Hostman test, then we will use FEM.
Yes, fixed effect.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else?
The command for the graph, if possible.
आज नहीं हो पाएगा, बाद में बात कर लेंगे उसके लिए.
ठीक है सर, नो प्रॉब्लम.
ठीक है, तो खुद भी तो ट्राई करो ना. मीनू ड्रिवन भी है स्टेटा.
ओके सर, आई विल ट्राई.
हाँ, अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी तो आई विल डेफिनेटली हेल्प यू, डोंट वरी.
ओके.
So that's all from my side, and thank you very much for being with me.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I have shared
Thank
the
you, sir.
feedback form. You are requested to fill the feedback form.
Yes, ma'am. We have filled.
Filled, ma'am. Filled,
Fill?
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thank you all. We will meet again tomorrow, but there is a